Okay. Here are we, starting chapter 3 then, in Danganronpa Lapse. Lyle and Cannon step back a few paces from each other, the space now singularly occupied by their glares. Cannon wraps the strap around her wrist and grips the camera tightly. Good morning, everyone. Yes. After what happened previously, as I had feared, Ashley being killed off, after having killed Cyrus. Yes, good morning to you all. Although I would hardly call shouting and threatening others a productive way to start the day. What's the commotion this time? Yeah, morning. Not entirely sure. I woke up so early I went to the dining hall to help myself to breakfast when I heard Lyle and Cannon arguing about something. Why were you up so early anyway, Lyle? I hadn't been able to sleep well, if you really must know. Hello, Black Star. Thank you for coming. Hope you're having a good evening. Sorry, I didn't mean to... Lyle scoffs. Anyway, I was awake because I was restless. But Canton here was sneaking around my room looking for dirt, no doubt. That's a damn lie. Is that so? Explain this. Lyle produces a photograph of what looks to be a checker pattern. What is that? What's this? Indeed, just what are you showing us? It's a chessboard. I have a chessboard in my personal room, and the only way Cannon would have taken a picture of it was if she trespassed and entered my room. You have a chessboard in your personal room, huh? Just like several of us also had some specific personal effects. You're the worst. You were blatantly walking around with a thing tucked under your arm in the early hours of the morning. I didn't sneak anywhere, much less your personal room. I just happened to be around the corner when I saw the strange thing. So you admit you were hiding? Just a minute, what's this about a chessboard? That's none of your business. I brought it out only to discuss it with Say, no one else. Missy sighed. Don't be absurd. The existence of such a thing has been brought to everyone's attention now thanks to your commotion. There's no use keeping it a secret now, Lyle. Fine. Lyle leaves the group to retrieve the item in question from his personal room. The rest of us gathered in the dining hall in anticipation. After a moment, Lyle returns, presenting a lacquered wooden chessboard. Oh. Okay, 2 X's, one in each corner. Care to elaborate? What seems to be the issue here? Not strictly a chessboard per se. It doesn't come with pieces to play with, and markings on the two opposite corners, but from these differences alone, I know what its real purpose is. It's the mutilated chessboard problem. If I recall correctly, that's a type of tiling puzzle, no? Yes, the problem is as so. Suppose an 8x8 chessboard has two diagonally opposite corners removed, leaving 62 squares. Is it possible to place 31 dominoes in such a way along the ranks or files that all squares are covered? From the numbers alone, you'd think it mathematically possible. After all, 31 is easily half of 62. However, the problem is that it is impossible to complete. By removing the two diagonally opposite corners, we're taking out two either black or white squares. Whichever is removed, we're left with a real estate of 32 of one type of square and 30 of another. This is an issue since the dominoes will always cover one black and one white. If the remaining squares are uneven like that, we'll be left with one domino and two uncovered squares. At the end of the day, puzzles like this are pointless. They're not problems, they're hoaxes meant to frustrate. In that case, do you believe you were expected to solve it, given you're the ultimate puzzle master? I doubt it. It came with neither instructions nor dominoes, just the board itself with two corners marked. It was in my room. Even if it were given to me to solve, whoever gave it to me must know I would see through the problem straight, toward the impossible nature of it anyway. So Lyle had this complicated thing in his room, as well. Huh? Hang on. This moment felt oddly familiar, hearing someone had a strange thing in their room. I wondered if it were simply a coincidence, or... Hey, Forte, can I ask you something? No, that was me talking. What is it? When I was shocked on the first day, you took me to your personal room to keep an eye on me. That's right, and you had a piece of sheet music. I remember you had sheet music. What was it of? Oh, that. The sheets were actually select parts of the libretto for an opera I have some disdain for. Disdain for? Oh? Indeed. The story of a man that, despite his success, makes a deal with dark spirits to get what he truly wants. I don't care much for the morale of it. I see. His choice of words were rather nonplussed, but his brow furrowed deeply at the mention of the opera. Could these things be indicative of something more? In their respective rooms, Lyle had a frustrating puzzle, and Forte had sheet music that turned out to be for a story he didn't quite like. Interesting. I wonder, then, if the revolver in my room was presented in a similar fashion. To test myself with a precarious game within a game itself. What could that mean? Don't you think it has something to do with your talent as well? Perhaps, but conversely, there's a discrepancy among the items. Ashley's room item had nothing to do with her talent. Yeah, Ashley received her friend Silva's helmet. In a way, it could have been read as a gift at first thought, but given their history, it might have been just a jab at the fight that occurred between them. That was what I would have assumed, was the, our mastermind playing mind games with her. and I can surmise what sort of room gift Cannon was given. Her camera. I haven't made any effort to hide it. But yes, I have some rather mixed feelings about this. Oh. Not elaborating any further, Cannon scowls as she stares at the device. Does that also bring up some unpleasant memories? Say, did you happen to awaken in your room with a strange item?
Yeah, I did.
Was it the note that similar to what we saw Pandora with? Would you mind sharing it with us? I wonder if it's also something talent related. Say momentarily withdrew into her own room to retrieve her item.
Here.
Oh. Okay. She produced a yellow skull and bone statuette. What on earth? Is that real? It couldn't be real. The shape is too stylized to resemble anything realistic. Is that a card next to it? Similar to the card that was attached to the gun that Missy got. I guess you're right. Still, such a depiction of a skull, fake or not, sent chills up my spine. This kind of thing is heavy, too. When I woke up, it was sitting on the cabinet at the foot of my bed, staring at me.
It's like it was telling me something bad would happen. It's horrible. I didn't know what to do with it, so I just hid it in one of my cabinet drawers.
Say's item didn't seem to have any outward appearance of being related to her talent. However, a skull and bone statuette planted in a game centered around murder. I get the impression it was given deliberately. Yeah, it can't be a coincidence, huh? So Ashley wasn't the only one that had something out of place in her room when she woke up. It seemed nearly everyone here had something unusual in their room. Okay, but Echo didn't? Was Echo the only one who didn't then? Wait, all these strange things have something in common. High sentimental value. Was it meant to disturb the user? I think all these room gifts, it seems like they're meant to unsettle you in some way. Interesting. It was quite disturbing to receive a revolver of all things, before the events of the killing game being revealed to us, no less. Missy, what about the item you had last night? You said it was analogous to Sylva's helmet. Correct. It has a painted past. The owner was to kill herself with it for betraying her family's wishes. What a loathsome request. So, instead of following her family's blindsided desire, she took the dagger and nothing else as she fled from home. Oh, Missy withdrew the dagger from her possession and turned it over in her hands carefully. She had a forlorn look in her eyes as she stared at her. No way! There's no way I'm letting Missy allow another weapon to fall into the wrong hands. Lyle sped in to take the dagger from Missy, but Forte held him back with a firm grip. Why are you stopping me? I'm trying to prevent more destruction. Missy's weapons are going to do more harm than good. There is the issue of the revolver she received in the previous chapter. Maybe if she had hidden it away and not shown it to us, those events may have never happened. And can you say with confidence you won't let the weapons fall into the wrong hands as well? Whoever fights monsters should see to it that they do not become a monster in the process. If you stare into the abyss stares back. Lyle, I think you would do well to follow those words of insight, given your reactions to the events. It's not that I don't have any faith in you to solve the workings of our situation, but I don't want to see you turn against us, just for the sake of an answer. I'm not turning against you. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this forsaken game we're in. Ugh! Lyle hurled the chessboard against the hall, splintering the wood into several pieces. Oh. Ah! Lyle, violence is not the answer. You have a sharp mind. Don't let rage and confusion blind your judgment. Then tell me, what's the point of these so-called gifts? Missy, you received a gun of all things, and now you got your hands on a dagger? Say it even has a skull and crossbones statue. What good could that possibly serve? Not to mention all the awful gifts. This game has been rigged from the beginning to incite violence, and violence only. Lyle. Please, settle down. We're gathered to talk this out. I understand you're frustrated, but discussion is the best tool at our current disposal. If we keep a level head, we're sure to find an answer for the questions at hand. We have so many brilliant minds here. Why not do what we can? Lyle huffed. He crossed his arms and paced to the far corner of the dining hall, allowing whoever else to speak. Well, all I can speculate is perhaps signs of distrust were to be planted among us from the start, since the gifts might have stirred feelings of resentment. Yeah, maybe perhaps that was the point of them then. If that's the case, what do you think Art's gifts was? Maybe it was because of that thing. He was the one to act first. Could be possible he walked into the mansion with pre-existing bleak feelings that were only exacerbated further by the situation we found ourselves in. One could surmise it's a possible route for his motivation. The room fell silent for a moment. Missy and Forte were deep in thought, while Say and Cannon were in their usual quiet selves. Lyle, on the other hand, just allowed the conversation to move at its own pace. Missy continued. It's going to be difficult to reflect on the events past, but I believe it will be necessary to progress. I believe we ought to ask. The killing, what was the root of each occurrence? Art did it out of protection, didn't he? As I understood it, it was done more out of fear. Ashley was afraid too. She was afraid for Echo's safety. Both of them might have thought getting rid of the potential mastermind behind our situation would stop the game completely. However, is there such a possibility of a mastermind existing within our ranks? No one dared to comment on such a thing. Regardless, I do not like this. Splintering the unity of the group with hypotheticals won't get us very far. Yeah, besides, who would be so cruel to want to insert themselves into a game that would put themselves in harm's way? The idea is disturbingly masochistic. I suppose an amount of faith is required amongst us, so we don't shatter what already limited and delicate trust has been built. We got this far, haven't we? The most plausible mastermind would have been Cyrus, but he was ultimately just a pawn in the overall scheme. Indeed, you led us on to believe that Cyrus was the mole. So much for his immunity. Missy looked over to Lyle, who continued to sulk. Lyle, have you had a moment to collect yourself? He lets out an elongated sigh. Sure. Then please, your wit and assistance will be paramount to solving our predicament. I haven't doubted your skill for a second. However, I would ask that you cooperate. Missy extends a hand in compromise. Lyle hesitates, but eventually shakes in agreement. Make no mistake, I'm still suspicious of everyone here, Missy especially. Don't think I'll forgive you for the hoops we had to go through to figure out what happened to Cyrus. I don't expect you to accept any of my excuses, as long as we're understood to have the same goal, to escape our predicament. Whatever, let's just get on with figuring out this damn killing game. If we think about it, the working goal we're supposedly meant to be committing such horrendous acts for us to earn something called the ultimate prize. The prize is meant to be received at the end of 7 days of captivity. In that case, couldn't we just wait until the 7th day? Unless there's some trick toward this, there's some trick toward this ultimate prize. Was pursuing the so-called prize even on anyone's mind this whole time? Consider this. What could possibly be so desirable, yet completely unspecified, that we're provoked to fight to the death? We ought to solely focus on pursuing escape and resisting any pressure to act on killing. That's the only answer I can foresee. But as we've seen, Zero has deployed a number of things throughout the day to apply stress. Regarding the forced motive question, just the act of choosing whether or not to discuss it already has its suspicious implications, doesn't it? But it didn't happen in Cyrus's case, since the killing occurred early in the afternoon. Indeed, but in the first case, Zero... In the first case, Zero implemented a time limit where if a killing didn't occur by the end of the day, everybody dies. Would he do something like that again? But if we didn't do anything like we did on the second day, something would have been employed later in the day to ensure we would act. Yes, that's... yeah, exactly. Case in point, the disturbing music. Then indeed, waiting out wasn't going to be an option to begin with. As far as we could tell, nothing made any sense. Missy furrowed her brow. It's difficult to make concrete statements about her situation. The variety of strange things happening don't seem to have any rhyme or reason. So what can we even do? Sounds like Zero's about to answer that question. Before anyone could respond, a ringing filled the halls. So, day 5, another wondrous day within the walls. Today's force motive question is... Do you... excuse me. Do you believe in strength in numbers? That's a real head-scratcher, huh? Nah, not really. Seems pretty obvious, right? Unless we have any lone wolves out there. The announcement ended as quickly as it came. Huh, that's kind of vague. It's not vague. It's nothing. Why wouldn't there be strength in numbers? Cannon broke her silence with a snide remark. It was strange coming from her, considering how much she avoided us. I'm inclined to agree the answer seems pretty straightforward. I concur, especially so, since we're finding ourselves in the very scenario where it is beneficial that we all be present to discuss the game. Okay, so we all agree that was completely pointless. Back to what we were talking about. What do we think of the purpose of the ultimate prize and the preservation project as a whole? Missy, you said you wanted to involve yourself with this group. Can't you make heads or tails of this? I've been trying to make sense of this since we arrived. All I can say is perhaps we found ourselves in an elaborate trap. I heard Lyle mutter, "That's obvious," under his breath. Missy ignored him. Echo, I believe you may be able to recall what I said when I asked you about ultimate students for the first time. Yeah, it was interesting what you said. What these individual groups or institutions do with the students is beyond me. I've not heard many stories of success or failure from anyone who's had the luxury of being accepted. Anyway, don't take much stock in the title, is all I'm saying. What do these institutions do with the students? I mean, of course your talents would be highly coveted, but wouldn't the world be seeing constant new developments in, like, biological discoveries and technology? Excellent observation. Why haven't we seen these developments indeed? It's clear that as ultimate students, we're at the crux of this game's existence. How do you mean? Who or what singularly determined the fact that we had ultimate talents? The Preservation Project. And Echo, you didn't seem to have any knowledge of ultimate talents, students, or the Preservation Project at all prior to your experience thus so far. That's true. So I ask, how did you become a participant here? We all had to willingly sign up to be brought here. I'm curious whether Echo's presence is a discrepancy we can bet upon. It seems glaringly peculiar given the circumstance. That much is clear. In that case, I believe we've been uniquely blessed with the peculiarity of Echo's presence that could shed light on our situation. Missy thought hard. I need more information. I have an idea on where to potentially fetch the knowledge I seek. Say? You know what? The reason for all this, why it's so hard to figure out. It's all meant to be beyond our comprehension and capabilities, isn't it? Why not just go along with the game instead of fighting it? What are you saying? Suddenly a rumbling shook through the dining hall. It sounded like it was coming from the foyer. We darted out of the dining hall to investigate. Oh, the door is open. No way. The previously impenetrable main foyer doors opened. We're on day 5 and there's still 5 of you. That's impossible. The voice crackled. Test your strength. Explore beyond the doors as a group. Split up. Do nothing. I don't care. Your strength in numbers? Can you remain a group in spirit as you wander the mysterious halls? Yes, the doors, once thought of as your only way out, have been thrown ajar. They've never really been an exit. You all just assumed so. How silly is that? And, oh, what's this? Ding. Facing opposite the foyer doors, the elevator indicator lit up, showing a new floor available to us, the courtroom. I'll even let you take a little detour to the courtroom. Find the secrets of this wretched place, if you can bear to face them. Yes, the game will go on regardless of how hard you resist. Everyone was astonished. We were all fixated on the gaping dark hole that lay beyond the previously dangerous door. Zero is challenging us to uncover the secrets of our captivity? So be it. I'll be infiltrating Cyrus's room. He had knowledge of mine and Ashley's connections. It's likely he has access to much more information. What? But the door that mysteriously kept us in is opened up. There could be information further in the building, too. Lyle pulls out the secret note he's been holding on to since discovering it on the second day. This note has to mean something. It's clear that Zero represents one of the symbols and has shown himself in the courtroom, so the same has to be said about Eve's symbol. That does seem likely. Whoever's operating the announcements, Eve or Zero, have to be somewhere beyond the doors. It would be too obvious for Zero to be hiding in the courtroom. What if it's simply an artificial intelligence behind the two personalities? Then what? Searching for something intangible and scripted to run the game wouldn't relieve the overall secrets beyond the walls. Cyrus knew things about the project as a whole. That kind of information can't be denied at a time like this. That is true. Lyle, Missy, please. Arguing again isn't going to solve anything. Agreed. I hate to suggest it, but perhaps this opportunity is the forced motive question presenting itself in a testable way. That's what I was thinking. If we recall day 3, the additional motive of distressing music was implemented at 4 p.m. We can split up and investigate until 4 p.m. where we can rendezvous and exchange information, all the while bracing ourselves for whatever Zero has in store for us. In that case, I'll venture into the unknown. If anything goes wrong there, you can bet I'll be the one to puzzle the truth together in the aftermath. Lyle stands squarely before the dim hall of the open doorway. I suppose it's our best option. It's not the wisest thing to do given our already small group, but it would give us an edge in discovering the secrets of our whereabouts. Missy nods as she makes her decision to remain within the main wing. There are 6 of us, therefore we ought to divide into groups of 3 so we can all keep an eye on each other in our respective areas. Breaking off into 3 pairs is out of the question. Cannon, you're coming with me. What makes you think I want to go with you? As much as I'd miss your awful company if you didn't come, you wouldn't let go of your camera, and I think it might be a touch useful going down, okay? Cannon rolled her eyes, but didn't object further. I'll join Missy. Worry not. I shall not let anything go wrong. Besides, I trust Cannon to keep an eye on things for me. Sure you do. We decide on splitting between investigating beyond the main foyer doors and remaining in the main wing. With only myself and Sei remaining, I looked to her to see what group she would go with. Sei remained still. I guess she was waiting for me to make my choice first. I wondered what everyone was going to find from this. Are you having trouble deciding? A little. I'm mostly worried that something bad might happen. It's perfectly normal to feel fear. It means you're still human. Your senses haven't acclimated to the awful environment. What do you think you'll find? Who can say? I certainly don't know what to expect, but I'll do my best to assist Missy in her endeavors. I see. I'm not sure what I could offer in the investigation. Half a memorable experience in the overall scheme. Don't fret if you can't lend a hand. Keep in mind simply the impact we have on other people. We're important to each other. I approached Cannon, wishing to apologize for what happened yesterday. I didn't quite know what to say. Cannon didn't lift her eyes to meet mine as I tried to organize my thoughts. Echo, hustle! Please, Echo, time is of the essence. Cannon continued to stay silent. Echo, hurry it up, will you? I know, I just need time to think. The worst action is inaction. We have to dig up this miserable place's secrets. If Lyle's patience wasn't already paper thin, I just applied a hydraulic press atop it with my indecision. Sei, do you have any preference? No, I'll go with whoever. I don't care. You pick. Okay. So whichever group I decide to go with, Sei will likely join the other. Come on, you all! I'm being very generous right now. You don't want your opportunity to go to waste, do you? Time's a-wastin'! Zero's taunting voice rang through the halls once more, his laugh crackling through the speakers. This feels like an important choice. Perhaps I should think carefully. Oh. Okay, I guess I'll go with Missy and Forte. It was decided. I joined Missy and Forte on the opposite side of the center glass table. Say joined Lyle and Cannon near the foyer doors. Then that's that. We'll each investigate to our fullest abilities and rendezvous here before 4 p.m. Is that alright with you, Lyle? Yes, ma'am. Lyle had already begun walking past the doors before she asked. Cannon silently matched his pace, and Say scurried to catch up. As the three faded out of sight, I immediately began to feel uneasy. Is this okay, splitting up? Come now, Echo. A choice has been made. The general consensus was that we were to split up evenly if we wanted to comb the building in a timely manner. Yeah, sorry, I'm just a little worried. I couldn't shake the remnant hostility between Lyle and Cannon's argument this morning. There was a crackle of static before Zero started speaking again. So you all decided to split up, huh? That's alright, no sweat off my back, figuratively speaking anyway. Thanks to your fancy bracelets, I can still locate where you are. There's no escaping for you quite yet. Anyway, I have a very big motive for you all later, but for now, how about some fun little gifts? Not for everyone, mind you. These will be for Cannon and Missy, respectively, at the nearest kiosk. Grab it if you want it, or leave it for someone else to stumble upon. I don't care. At this point, whatever you do is meaningless anyway. Huh? I wasn't sure if it was just me, but it felt like Zero's energy was different. I'll check back with you folks later. Enjoy your investigation. The announcement ended. Missy went over to the foyer kiosk as directed. Similar to a victim report, the kiosk printed a small sheet, blank face up. What is it? What is it? Don't feel any pressure to share if it's unpleasant. To be frank, I'm only expecting unpleasant. Missy tore the small sheet from the print feed and flipped it around. As if being beholden to her vexing gift wasn't enough, I have this to remind me of this game's treachery. Huh? What is it? She showed us the front face of the sheet, a photograph of Darling, drenched in blood. Darling being this friend of hers that a mocking picture of her death. Missy spat the words as Forte and I took a quick look before turning our gaze away from the horrific sight. It's truly despicable. Missy stared at it a little longer before stowing the picture within her inner coat pocket. We really must get to the bottom of this treachery. I'm revolted by how condescendingly this game treats lives. Missy turned down the living quarters towards Cyrus's room. Didn't occur to me until we arrived at his door that we don't have a way in, do we? What do you mean? Isn't the door locked? Desperate times call for desperate measures, don't you think? Missy withdrew Darling's dagger and swiftly struck the doorknob off. Oh. I don't exactly have Cyrus's ID bracelet now, do I? I guess not. Missy inspected the borehole previously occupied by a doorknob and inserted the dagger, pulling the latch away from from the jam until the door clicked open. And there we are. Do you think this would be against the rules? It wasn't explicitly stated. However, if it were, I'll deal with the fallout in the courtroom. Missy was persistent. She opened the door and marched straight in. Terribly sorry for the intrusion. Forte stepped in, and I trailed along behind him. Cyrus's room had little defining feature in it. Similar to mine, Forte's and Ashley's in design. Only thing setting it apart was the set of manila file folders and a bedside table. It was only a hunch, but it seems I was right in presuming Cyrus had information on us. Missy fanned the folders across the bed and began her search. Here, grab a folder and see if you can find anything interesting about our situation. Forte helped himself to a folder and glanced at the first few pages, before seating himself in his spare chair. Are we looking for anything specific? Anything at all, honestly. The more we know, the better. I picked up a folder at the bottom of the pile, sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the file. Confidential information. I found floor plans for the building. There were some general blueprint diagrams, nothing I could really make sense of. Not that they looked much different from the maps displayed on the kiosks. Only thing of note was a sheet was stained with blood in the corner. Among the blueprints was a small booklet. The title read Floor Plans Game L. On the inside page, 5 floors were listed on the index. Wait, 5 floors. From the top we have... Superstructure, trial grounds, infirmary. Living quarters, casino, smoking lounge, garage, art gallery. Level 8. Activities, spa lounge, climbing center, jazz club. Level 9. Living quarters, dining hall, study, theater. Level 10. Collections, trophy room. Redacted. The last floor listed had 2 sections. One was the trophy room, the other was redacted. So, Lyle, Cannon, and Say are probably visiting the trophy room on the floor below us. I sorted through the booklet and found basic information we had already known. All floors have kiosks to communicate. Bracelets are used for identification. Active hours are from... nothing new yet. I flipped to the back, looking for the details about the 5th floor. However, when I arrived toward the final pages, I noticed they were torn out. Whatever remained of the page stuck out from the binding in a messy tear. I grumbled. Of course, the details of the floor beneath us are completely gone. I stared at the back panel and noticed something odd. There seemed to be an imprint of writing pressed into the back panel. It was barely visible, but in the right light, I could just make it out. "251110." Cyrus himself wrote the numbers on the last page, with a certain amount of pressure resulting in an almost invisible imprint. These numbers might have been important, seeing as the pages before it were torn out. Or they might have been a mistake, and that's why the pages were removed. Have you two anything pertinent to share? I snapped out of my concentration. Oh, yeah, I found floor plans that show a floor below ours. From the looks of it, Lyle, Cannon, and Say went down to the trophy room. A trophy room? That doesn't sound too promising. Well, there seems to be another room, but it was crossed out, so I can't figure out what else is down there. Also, take a look at this. There are some numbers just barely visible here. I showed Misty the impression of numbers on the back panel. What do you suppose these 6 digits could mean? A code, perhaps? But I don't recall encountering any sort of code-locked door in our immediate facility. Then it's likely this code is meant to be used in the area where the 3 of them went. Right. That said, let's finish our investigation before we visit them. When we rejoin them, we'll see what discoveries they have to report and whether or not the code will be of use after all. I nodded and made a point to memorize the numbers before setting the booklet aside. Forte, did you find anything of note? I came across our class's dossier, namely student profiles about each of us. Student profiles. Did you find anything about me? I was still wondering why exactly I was involved in this game, since I didn't explicitly have a given ultimate talent. I've exhausted the files on hand. I didn't see your name anywhere. Oh, I see. I'm terribly sorry. I understand it's been bothersome to be here as an unexplained outlier. It's not your fault, Forte. I guess it's coincidence. Although I did come across something useful. These student profiles have an immense amount of background details. Important figures, significant others, fears, other miscellany. But other than Cyrus, no one present has any background involvement with the game. So all of us present are just victims of coincidence? It seems statistically improbable, given our rare talent expertise. Yes and no. How shall I explain it? To start, as we are aware, the minimum requirement to come here was to be an ultimate student that received a letter of recognition from the Preservation Project. Should they have accepted the offer for protection, there's a period of time between sending the letter back and, I suppose, being whisked away to this secret location. It seems in that period of time there was a sorting method to creating the class. Classes were to be composed in pairs of ultimate students. These pairs of ultimate students would have to be 2 people who were significantly involved in one way or another. Pairs. So in this case, would that be Echo and Ashley? For example, if the folks we did see from day 1, Art and Lyle, were apparently considered to be close enough for pairing off. Though it appears this roster would have included a few other students that would have formed pairs but aren't present. One can only assume Cyrus himself crossed out the students that are absent. However, there are 2 students that aren't crossed out, which may require further inspection, and well, it would be best if you saw for yourselves. Forte revealed a roster. with student names and talents. Oh. Wait, A quartz. That was... Wait, that's 0. A quartz. Radio host. Yeah, again, that's 0. Say, Art, Lyle, Ashley, Cyrus, Forte, Cannon, Missy. Who are those two down there? There's four faces that are crossed out. Scratched out, rather. And then there's these two down here in the bottom right. What? There were 15 profiles shown on the roster. One next to Cyrus was clipped out, and 5 were crossed out with dark ink, bringing the total of student profiles visible to us to 11. However, I wasn't on the roster, so it should have brought the number down to 9 since I was excluded. Espere. Wait. Oh, I didn't get a chance to look at the two. Again, the two in the bottom right. Peculiar. As you notice, there are 2 extra students we have yet to encounter. Yes, they're listed as being in association with Sei and Pandora from the looks of it. Does that mean they're also ultimate students? That is indeed the case. They are listed as ultimate radio host and ultimate cartographer. Akihiko Quartz and Gaia Espere, respectively. That's the same last name as Pandora, as this Gaia, and Akihiko Quartz was the one in the upper left, which again that was 0. Gaia Espere? Let's have a closer look at those 2 students. Missy hastily moved aside the folders strewn across the bed and placed the student profiles for Akihiko Quartz and Gaia Espere. Yeah. Akihiko Quartz looked like 0. His clothing and hair were different colors, but his actual features were the same. Gaia Espere looked awfully similar to Pandora. A sibling, perhaps? Even more damning were the school's symbols, depicted along with their profile pictures. Well, one thing is for certain. It's clear to us now that Zero's true identity is Akihiko Quartz. And we can conclusively put a face to the second mysterious announcer named Eve. Is that who? Is that the other person here? Is that Eve? It seems Pandora must have known more than she was letting on, seeing as the true identity of Eve seems to be her very own sibling. That said, seeing as the students' associations have been revealed, it would only mean Sei knowing Akihiko has some sort of further involvement in the game. Does she? Wait. Did she reveal some sort of involvement with him? There's no doubt Sei must be the mole we're seeking. My head was spinning. Were we being fooled from the start? Two people on the inside were connected to the two entities administering this game? Shouldn't we confront Sei now that we know she might be up to something? Doing so could prove dangerous. I would like to watch her movements to see what she's thinking, and as far as she's aware, she doesn't know we're on to her. It's difficult to determine what's going on in her mind. She speaks so little. Then, I think we should check out Pandora's room. She might have something hidden in there since she's a part of this. Excellent idea. I'd like to look over the rest of my files if you don't mind. I'll go with you, Echo. I'm curious to know what Art's notable gift was, if you would like to make a detour. I nodded and approached the exit. Oh, just a minute. Huh? Missy gave the dagger to Forte. You can use the dagger to knock the doorknob off like I did before. On second thought, I don't know if I want to leave you alone like this. I'll be fine. I still have the gun in my possession. I don't want to resort to firing it, but as soon as our situation is becoming more contentious, it may not be my choice. I felt a shiver go up my spine. Missy was taking the situation much more seriously, with a chillingly unfeeling demeanor. Understood. We'll make haste in our investigation and return promptly. Forte and I stepped out of Cyrus's room and walked to the opposite hall to Art's room. There, Forte struck the doorknob, pulled back the latch, and opened the door. Only thing in Art's room was a worn-looking golf bag. The leather bag was embroidered with a Campo Piano name. Oh, this must have belonged to his grandfather. Art must have been reminded of his pastime, golfing with him. It must have been distressing to see this upon waking, to say the least. Forte let out a heavy sigh. It's unfortunate, but it explains his reaction to Pandora's question. Now, knowing she might be involved, do you think she goaded him on? That would be quite masochistic, wouldn't it? And to what benefit, after all? She fell by his hand. That's true. Forte paused. Do you believe the flap of a butterfly's wings could cause a hurricane? A little thing like a butterfly creating a disaster sounds improbable. It's a theory. Minute occurrences within similar initial starting conditions can lead to drastically different outcomes. The situation could very well be one of those drastic outcomes. Are you speculating Pandora set this entire scenario off by purposefully inciting the first murder? Who can say that was her intention? Besides, her interactions were never of ill will, were they? She was kind to everyone, so who's to say perhaps the flap of this butterfly's wings caused the storm that would eventually give way to the shining rainbow that will grace our skies. That's a pretty optimistic outlook. Looking forward to the eventual repose from this nightmare is all we have, isn't it? Eventual repose. I could only hope something like that would free us from the trappings of the storm. Though, why should we wait for something minuscule and out of control like the winds to dictate our fate? I'm keen on taking such matters into my own hands, if need be. I'm not sure I know where to begin with such an endeavor. Well, that's neither here nor there at the moment. Shall we move on to Pandora's room? Yeah, let's check it out. We left Art's room and visited the living quarters on the other side of the foyer. Entering Pandora's room in the same fashion once again, Forte and I came upon yet another nondescript personal room. Only this time there is nothing to be found in her room. Huh. Did Pandora not receive some kind of room gift? She did, though. She got that. There was that note with the two symbols that she said was in her pocket upon waking up, right? Perhaps because she was involved, there was no need. But Say has one, a creepy one at that. Yes, an ominous skull and bone statuette. Two has peeked into the dresser. There's nothing but stationery and other miscellany. Wait, what if she was doing what Cannon did? Cannon said she received that instant camera, right? And she's been clinging to it basically since the beginning of this whole predicament. And that certainly wouldn't be out of the question. Do you recall anything Pandora might have said that would be grounds for suspicion? Yeah, that secret note. She showed it to me just before nighttime on day 2. At first I thought something was fishy, but maybe she was hiding something, but... I pressed my fingers to my temple. I don't know. Pandora ended up suffering, and the note fell into Lyle's hands. Maybe the secret note was her vexing gift, but if she were some kind of double agent, why would she nonchalantly share the note with me? Who can say? I sighed. The more we know, the better. I couldn't help but think the opposite. As we dug up more information, the more confused I became. I could only hope whatever Lyle, Cannon, and Say found would answer the many questions, but at the same time I was afraid to uncover more of these secrets. Let us return to Missy with our findings. Returning to Cyrus's room once more, Forte and I found Missy in deep concentration. Welcome back. Did you two find anything interesting? Art has late grandfather's golf clubs in his room, and Pandora had nothing. Nothing? Echo speculates that perhaps the secret note mentioned in the first trial may be Pandora's room gift. In the same fashion as Cannon's instant camera. The room was empty. She probably kept the note on her person for safekeeping or something. But when she left it in the pantry on the third day, Lyle had been holding on to it since. We'll have to take a closer look at it when we rendezvous with Lyle. Missy returned her intense glower to the mess of documents. Anything new here? A disturbing amount of news, yes. Take a seat. Forte and I sat in the spare chairs and gave Missy our full attention. She sat in a momentary silence, a fierce gaze transfixed on the folders. Oh. I've been reading on a history of involvement. The involvement of Ultimate students in killing games just like this one. Ah. Killing games? Plural? As in multiple? Yes, I know, it's startling to say the least. In that case, that reminds me, in the folder I looked at, our game was labeled Game L. What do you think L means in terms of these multiple games? I believe in that context, L is the Roman numeral for 50, so our game is the 50th game. Oh. As opposed to in V3, where it was the 53rd killing game. "50 games? Oh, a definitive number to help enumerate how long this has been occurring. Let's see. If 49 games have taken place over a span of approximately 7 days at most, with no break between each game, that's 343 days, almost a year's worth of this hell. I don't understand. I believe that tracks... I remember hearing about this project sometime late in my junior year. Why so many games, you may ask? These games were implemented with Ultimate students in mind. Ultimate students would be prime subjects for rigorous tests and scenarios involving battling to the best of their ability to overcome other Ultimate students and come out on top, to be the best of the best. These experiments were used to determine who would carry out the future. The Preservation Project and this killing game, they're one and the same. It seems we aren't just a 1 in a million occurrence. But why? My voice crackled. So this place is just some kind of petri dish for creating an Ultimate student that has no moral regard for what they're doing? The Preservation Project has washed their hands of their concerns with morality. It's clear in this documented history. What if it's fabricated? All fake, only to stoke fear? It's very possible. Fear is a powerful tactic. Cyrus himself, after knowing all of this, had very little room to operate. He was under a considerable amount of pressure, and eventually collapsed. I was shaking. Comprehension of the situation was the last thing on my mind. Fear chilled me to the bone. Missy, aren't you afraid at all? I'm mortified. However, knowing the darkness that lurks behind malicious people's intentions is nothing new to me. Calling the individual person simply a constituent to strip humanity and the amassing voting numbers? It's nothing but numbers. We play with live ammo. A game, toying with the livelihood of wildly talented students, enabling a maddening battle royale to create a singular, albeit misdirected, towering ultimate student? Missy exhaled sharply. This must end now! Missy stormed out of the room. Missy! Forte and I chased after her. Missy stood, arms crossed at the elevator. She was embroiled in thought, her brow knit, her posture imposing. Are you in full possession of your faculties? You aren't one to charge forward like so. I hate to say I only have a hunch. I have little to rely on but gut feeling lately, and I have nothing but instinct to justify acting on them. I have nothing except... She held up the photograph and pinned it to the wall with the dagger. Nothing but a vengeance for bringing this establishment to the ground, into a burning hell for the suffering it's put us all through. I was so misguided, so blindsided for thinking I wanted to be a part of the preservation project. I was played for a fool. Missy? None of us could have known this would be our fate. It's possible the two conspirators must have known something from the start. Rather than confront the one remaining, we must attack the source. The elevator chimed and Missy stepped in. We're going to the courtroom. What, already? Only the monotonous elevator hum filled our ears as we traveled to the courtroom floor. We entered the dark circular room once more, this time without explicit orders to determine a culprit. It was quiet. The windows were pitch black. Zero was nowhere to be found. Missy swept in, looking for any indication of the announcer's holographic representation. Forte and I filtered into the empty room aimlessly. I can't see a thing through these windows. Should be early afternoon about now, shouldn't it? Perhaps there's shutters covering the windows. If I recall correctly, they close after a trial. Forte ran his hands across the wall, feeling the creases that lined the foundation, seams running in miscellaneous ranks and files. Ugh. Forte tried prying one of the sides open, to no avail. He knocked on the wall, resulting in an echo bouncing beyond the barrier. There's an empty space beyond this wall. Probably only opens when a student's being executed. You think Zero's operator is hiding where executions take place? I gulped. Wasn't a sight I wanted to think about. I guess it would have been too easy to visit the courtroom after Zero encouraged us to investigate this area. Missy stepped out from the elevator again. The infirmary has nothing of note either. Missy circled the courtroom stands once before settling in at her indicated place. She leaned back and crossed her arms. A tense expression painted her face. Even if we found Zero, how were you going to get any information out of him? He must have known we broke into Cyrus's room, so he might be even more cautious. If we can get him to start talking, we're over halfway there. It's about running a conversation long to allow us an opening, whether it be a contradiction or an unknown fact. The more he talks, the faster his options will diminish. That said, most damning areas with little to show for. I feel as though we hit a dead end. It's possible Lyle, Cannon, and Say have had better luck on finding information on their search. We can only hope they turn up with something of note. Three of us were steeped in long contemplative silence. I sighed, thinking about meeting up with the others, wondering if they were just as luckless as we were in finding anything of use. I thought about Cannon and remembered. Missy, do you still happen to have Cannon's photo? The one from last night? I know I said I didn't want it, but... yes, this comes up again. Oh, certainly. I didn't have time to patch it together, though. Missy drew the two halves of the group photo from her inner coat pocket. I lined the two halves together and gazed at a moment in time that was quickly dashed. It's okay, I awkwardly stole soft looks from Forte and Missy. They seemed to understand that I felt remorseful for what I had done. I want to return it. Oh no. What? Oh no. What was... A body has been discovered in the trophy room! Oh no. No. Oh dear. Oh dear. Give me a second, folks. Okay, well. Oh dear. Quickly. We rush back to the elevator, hurriedly clicking the button for the foyer. The foyer floor light chimed. The door slid open. What felt like an eternity, and were greeted with a bloody sight. Oh no. Oh no. Forte? No, Cannon, yeah. The hatchet was buried deep in the back of Cannon's lifeless body. Oh no. Cannon? Blood stained the polished floors. The fresh liquid reflected upon the glossy surface, creating a haunting glow in the middle of the foyer. Cannon! Damn it! Missy and Forte bolted out of the lift while I remained frozen in the elevator cab. A sickening, metallic odor filled my senses, and I felt a cold sweat form on my brow. Misty and Forte were huddled in concern over Cannon's body, but it was certainly no use. She was gone. But the body discovery announcement, it said it was in the trophy room. Oh, is there... Oh no, there's somebody else then. Did that mean the announcement rung for Lyle? Was Say really behind all of this? Above Missy and Forte's clamoring, I heard a strange sound. Huh? Dread possessed me. Missy! Forte! As the foyer chandelier came crashing down on Missy and Forte. Oh, what the fuck? They were completely crushed by the chandelier. Their bodies lost under the tons of shards of... Oh, what the fuck? I could hardly muster a sound. I was shell-shocked. Glass and blood littered the floor before me. The glistening liquid reflected on the marble floor doubled the terror in my mortified visage. The nightmarish sight brought me tumbling to my knees, dread oozing through every part of my body. My breath was falling out in pieces. My vision became blurry and red from panic. The elevator doors came to an automatic close to hide the sight. The sight of 3 friends being brutally killed. No way. How? A hand stopped the doors. I felt a sharp impact compromise my bone. Cracks creaked through my system into blazing pain. What the hell is going on? Something was sticking out my shoulder. It looked like a bolt. Were we shot by a crossbow? What the hell is oh my... from the pain, the chill from the terror. I felt heavy and weak. I couldn't lift my eyes to see who had attacked me. My whole body crumpled for the fight. My head knocked to the floor, causing me to see stars and... nothing. I did it right. That voice. I followed the rules of this stupid killing game, so... please, please, please get me out of here. The ultimate prize is freedom, right? Say. Aki, please. I know it's your voice, so listen to mine and help me. The ultimate prize? Zero's voice. You don't want the prize. Zero's voice is weird again. No, killing isn't the answer. What? After Say's remorseful cry, one could hear a pin drop. I could feel my heart struggling as my adrenaline rose. Killing isn't the answer? Then what were we doing here? This is wrong. It's all wrong. Huh? Wait, what? Huh? What was that? Come on, you all. I'm begging. I'm being very generous right now. You don't want your opportunity to go to waste, do you? Time's a-wasting. Zero's taunting voice rung through the halls once more, his laugh crackling through the speakers. This feels like an important choice. Huh? Wait, I'm back here. Wait. Wait. Am I meant to join Lyle's group then? I felt a sense of deja vu. The announcement urging us to split up. The importance of this decision. But everyone was alive. Did these horrible things actually happen, or did I imagine it? Oh god, I have no freaking idea now. What the hell happened back there? Hey, come on, it's not that hard of a decision. Echo, we need to get moving. Yeah. I couldn't begin to understand what happened when I went with Missy and Forte. Regardless, I didn't want to experience whatever that was again. Instead, I chose to go with Lyle and Cannon. It was decided. I joined Lyle and Cannon near the foyer doors. Say joined Missy and Forte on the opposite side of the center glass table. Then that's that. We'll each investigate to our fullest abilities and rendezvous here before 4 p.m. Is that alright with you, Lyle? Yes, ma'am. Lyle already began walking past the doors before she asked. Cannon silently matched his pace. I hastened to keep up. We stepped through the doorway into the darkness. What was going on? I rubbed my shoulder, reaching for the distant pain that haunted my only memories. I glanced back at the other group. Missy gave a small parting wave before turning down the hallway to do her investigation with Forte and Say. It's like nothing happened. I could only hope nothing awful would happen here. My eyes adjusted to the dim lighting as we were quickly met with stairs that tumbled down a dark length. Not a single word was exchanged between the three of us as we trudged down the steps, further away from the foyer's glittering hall. An anxious feeling rose in my stomach as I glanced back at the dying light. The other group was already out of sight. After some time, the hidden floor we gained access to stood in stark contrast to previous floors. The lighting was dim, the walls dark and cool. Regardless, it remained decorated with delicate gold furnishings and a familiar service kiosk. An elevator hall divided the room into equal halves, similar to the main floor. Hey, it looks like we can take this elevator back to the main wing, huh? Probably, but what's the use of going back now? We made a decision to split up and we need to investigate. Look for an exit. Did that really need to be said? Lyle instructed the two of us, but before anyone could go very far, we could hear the unfortunately now familiar speaker crackle. So you all decided to split up, huh? That's alright, no sweat off my back, figuratively speaking anyway. Thanks to your fancy bracelets, I can still locate where you are. There's no escaping for you quite yet. Anyway, I have a big motive for you all later, but for now, how about some fun little gifts? Not for everyone, mind you, but these will be for Cannon and Missy, respectively, at the nearest kiosk. Grab it if you want it, or leave it for someone else to stumble upon. I don't care. At this point, do whatever you do is meaningless anyway. So the motives were given to the same people as before. I'll check back in with you folks later. Enjoy your investigation. The announcement ended. Lyle went over to the foyer kiosk as directed. Cannon hurried to put herself between Lyle and the kiosk. Not so fast. There's no way I'm letting you see whatever this messed up shit is. How do we know it's gonna be bad? Everything in this place has been nothing but bad, genius. What makes you think this is any of your business anyway? Lyle rolled his eyes and left Cannon in relative peace, going about his way to search for an exit. I stood by in curiosity as the kiosk printed a small sheet, blank face up. Cannon rips the sheet out of the receiver, balls it up in her fist, and stuffs it in her pocket without a glance. I won't fall for any motives if I don't look at the thing Zero's trying to tease me with, right? I guess so. If it were anything like Missy's motive, it was likely to be just as disturbing. Let's see, here's a map of our current floor. Doesn't look like there's much here. Two long halls paralleled each other at the opposite end of the room. Toward the back, opposite of the stairs, were two larger rooms. One the trophy room, and the other... Okay, the elevator... Yeah, the trophy room... Okay, this is... blanked out. Multi-purpose hall. The map of the floor looked the same as the blueprints I saw when I went with Missy and Forte. The other room was still redacted. I wonder, what other room is... It doesn't show on the kiosk map. Even so, we're here anyway, so we can just visit the room itself to see what it is. As we passed the two side halls, I took a peek in. They were listed as multi-purpose event halls, decorated settings for large gatherings. Large rooms were sparsely decorated with a number of tablets and chairs, and not much else. The event halls were pretty, but like much of the building, they lacked any sort of quality of life. Ken and I wandered about, but not for very long. Nothing glaringly strange caught our attention. It was as if this place was never meant to be anything more than recreational. The entire time we explored, Ken kept a safe distance from me as I pondered when the best time to make amends. Lyle was waiting for us back when we started. About time you caught up. What'd you expect? Didn't demand we all travel glued at the hip. Hey now. Two glared at each other. A palpable tension burned in the air. So, did you find any sign of an exit? No, the hallway behind me just goes beyond the shared elevator. Not an exit in sight. But I haven't looked in either of these rooms yet. One of the rooms is listed as the trophy room. The other is strangely redacted. Let's check out the redacted one. My interest is piqued. The three of us approach the unlisted room. Oh, okay, there's a plate that's also scratched out. There was a metal nameplate on the door, but it was scratched out. The laser engraving lost underneath the messy hacking. Of course, the name's conveniently scratched away. See? Nothing bad. The keypad's light indicator was red, waiting for a 6-digit code to unlock the door. Wait. 6 digits. I stared at the keypad for a moment and thought back to the strange experience I had not too long ago. The floor plan booklet listed 5 floors our game was meant to take place in. The details of the 5th floor, our current floor, was torn out. Yet, on the back panel, there was writing pressed in. Writing of 251110. What? The code. I think it's 251110. I repeat, what? Should I try it? It's not like we have any other leads. Are you nuts? No! Why not? Echo, you say you're not involved, but knowing the code to a keypad on a floor we've never even been to is pushing it, don't you think? This has to be some kind of trick. You're setting us up for failure in that room. No! I don't know how to explain it, but how I know, it's just I have a strange memory. When our group was splitting up, I went with Misty and Forte first, and we went to Cyrus's room. It was there I saw writing of 6 digits. Yeah, right. That's awfully convenient information, don't you think? We only split up once. Where'd you possibly find the time and means to do such a thing? I wish I could tell you, but I don't know. What happened earlier doesn't make a lick of sense to me either. I mean, there was a body discovery announcement, and I think it was you. You, Lyle, and Cannon. Shit, what? Stop! Lyle's voice cut the air. Echo, I just don't understand you. First you turn everyone against Art, then you do everything to deny Ashley's actions against Cyrus. And now you miraculously know the code for this door we've never seen. Just what on earth are you up to? Give me reason to believe you're not involved. What's stopping me from believing you're all part of the act? From not having any remarkable talent to sabotaging the trials at every which way? Hang on. What do you have to get? That's enough. You really think I wanted this? Look, I'm as frustrated as you are. It was never my intention to turn anyone against Art. The circumstances we were in demanded a vote be cast, lest everyone suffer the consequence. You really believe I'm an implicit factor in this game? Don't think for a second I wanted any of this to happen. I'm still at a complete loss of how I'm here to begin with. You really think I wanted my best friend to go through the emotional turmoil she went through when she found out I was in this game? You think I wanted her to die protecting me? We're all in pain. And suffering isn't a competition. So, I'm sorry I don't have the answers to any of your questions, but I'm doing my best to combat these desperate feelings. After the second trial, I saw how hurt everyone looked. Not just for my sake, but because we just found ourselves in something horrible and inescapable. I never asked for this ultimate student nonsense. And maybe it was selfish to want to protect Ashley, but what did you expect? You wanted to protect Art, didn't you? Arguing like this isn't going to solve anything. I don't even know if the code will work, much less know what's in the room to begin with. And I don't expect you to trust me with it, but it's the only thing we have at the moment. Lyle let out a defeated sigh. I'm sorry, too. I'm just trying to find a reason why the only person who gave me the time of day had to leave so quickly. His voice dropped to a low whisper. I feel like I let Art down. I messed up big time. He was misled by me, thinking Pandora was suspicious. It's my fault, huh? Lyle was no different from me. He was trapped with the impression that his friend's downfall was a direct consequence of his actions. No. It's not as simple as that. No one is singularly at fault. I won't speak on behalf of Art, but given the threat of danger, I'm sure he just wanted to keep everyone safe. None of us could have known we would end up in this scenario, and Art least of all would truly want to cause harm. He strangled Pandora, though. I know. There's no denying that. He did what he thought was right to try and end the game. It's hard to say what's right and wrong. We can only move forward with our best judgment, learn from what we experienced. We have to try, at least. I'm tired, Echo. I can't sleep. Whether we try to be cautious or take a risk, and test the rules, the situation ends up being the same. We're still trapped. Still trapped and doomed to the responsibility of our past actions. We can't change anything that's happened. Cannon stared at the floor absently. Yeah, but there's nothing left but to try. Nothing left to try but this. I hope you can trust me on this. Alright, try the code. I nodded and approached the keypad. Okay, what was it? 2-5. The keypad accepted the code and the sound of the latch being released clicked out. It worked. Another crackling in the air interrupted me as I grasped the door handle. Shoot, did Zero catch us in the act? My heart was racing. Did I accidentally set something off? I paused and three of us stood with bated breath. Hey, just checking in with you all. Having fun exploring the new digs? I'll bet you are. I have two more fun little gifts for you folks, Forte and Say. There's Salmon's song for the former and the latter. Huh? What? Nothing? You're kind of insignificant. So such a gift suits the person, yeah? Enjoy this weird tune if you can. It's all in German, so it's nonsense to me. Zero's voice dropped out and the tune carried on. Hey, Izzy. Thanks for coming. I do kind of like this, though. Gentle, haunting piano accompanying the droning, soft vocals. I couldn't comprehend what was being said, but the atmosphere the song created was unnerving. Zero didn't say anything about us entering this room. That aside, neither Lyle or I were recipients of Zero's gift. Yeah, just canon. But she didn't show us. That's a good thing. Come on, Echo. Let's see what's in there already. Oh, right. Shaking the thought, I pushed the door open with a slow creak. Oh. Upon shutting the door, the ominous song ceased its crooning within the room. Those look like the... They look like the VR pods from the... Yeah, right, exactly. We found ourselves in a hexagonal, eerie room with full-length capsule-like objects creating the centerpiece. Standing workstations line the walls corresponding to the capsule objects. On each wall, miscellaneous monitors and controls filled each section. What is this place? We step further in, our footsteps echoing through the chamber. If I had to guess, considering our killing game scenario, one could say there ought to be a cold room to store bodies. You think this is where they are? Oh, or these coffins where the... Well, it would make sense this place was hidden behind layers of precautionary security, though it's not a very conventional design if that's the case. I inched cautiously toward one of the large capsules. There was a small display monitor at the foot of the closed capsule that read "Stable" in bright green letters. Spotting a small viewing window at the head of the capsule, I made my way over and peeked in. Oh. Huh? I staggered back at the sight. I recalled seeing this person's visage when I was with Missy and Forte. What is it? Lyle ran to the window, standing the opposite side of me. His eyes widened. One of those... Is that Pandora? This document says otherwise. Same last name, though. Yeah, again. She looks similar, but same last name as well. Ken was holding a medical chart that was hanging near the stable indicator. Yes. Yeah, cryostasis? I don't think we're sure just yet. What's going on here? It's her. My voice was barely a whisper. I stared at her, my vision twisted as I felt my heart start racing. The other announcer Forte had discovered, along with Zero's true identity. The other announcer behind the killing game was right in front of me. Is this her? Eve? Lyle paused and took a closer look at the person in the capsule. He took out the secret note he'd been holding on to and inspected it further. Without a word, he started unlatching the capsule. What are you doing? Are you going to take that person out of the capsule? It's the person behind Eve. There's a pin on her shawl that looks just like the Eve announcer's symbol, and the symbol on the secret note. She could be dangerous. What if she attacks or something? Whatever, there's 3 of us and only 1 of her. Stay alert. The final latch clicked and the cool air rushed out from the containment unit. We watched in awe as the glass automatically rose. She looked as if she were asleep. A steady, barely noticeable rise and fall of her chest, indicating her shallow breath. Then, her eyelids twitched. How? Her voice was hoarse but familiar. The formerly disembodied voice of Eve was now given a definite face. She reached out, but before she could do anything, Lyle stopped her. Hey, what are you doing? Please, I can't bear being in there a second longer, she murmured wearily as she struggled with enormous effort to pull herself up. Come on, Lyle, give me a hand. Lyle grumbled in dissatisfaction, but helped anyway, guiding Eve out of her containment. She crumpled to the floor, completely fatigued. Are you okay? She could hardly shake out a response. Again, she looks a lot like Pandora, but again, from what we were told, they share the same last name. So are they siblings then? Then I remembered. Here, if you're hungry. Reaching in my pocket, I offered her the jammed Danish I saved earlier. Oh, from her sister, though. She generously accepted it, taking only a few bites before stopping altogether. Oh, Pandora, what have I done to you? Oh, yeah. A blank, somber stare glazed over her tearful eyes. You're Gaia Esper, right? How do you know? I don't know how to explain. I still didn't know how to reasonably describe the strange occurrence I experienced earlier that caused me to know things that I shouldn't. Wait, who is this? It's okay. As Echo says, I'm Gaia Esper, Pandora's twin sister, who couldn't save her. Okay, so you're her twin sister then. Twin sister? That explained the striking similarity to Pandora. Save her? Does that mean this note from you was an attempt to contact her? What's your role in the involvement in this game? Hang on, you wanted to save her. I thought, since you were a part of the game, I don't know, you were working against us? With a heavy sigh, Gaia sat herself up on the base of the containment unit. You have a lot of questions. I'll try to answer them
the best of my ability. Welcome to the testing chambers. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Echo, Lyle, and Cannon. We gave Gaia some time to regain her strength as she cautiously savored the pastry I'd given her. She sat herself in a chair in the small workstation as we idly waited. Lyle was noticeably impatient, Cannon still and unreadable. So, who are you in context of this game? Unlike Zero, who controls many aspects of the killing game, I'm just an overseer. We're able to oversee the entirety of the game from our captivity. Whoever's placed in one of these incubators has their consciousness removed from their body and incorporated into the technology of the facility. I was never originally part of this, but seeing as the containment unit has a synonymous framework into collecting data from our consciousness and biopsychology, I was able to wedge my way into the basic functions. But I'm concerned. It was Zero's request to open the foyer doors. Astral projection, huh? Maybe. I think he wanted you to find me in this room. I'm afraid he has something in store for me. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that thought occurs to me as well, because otherwise he would probably not be, he would probably not have allowed us to find you. She shuddered at the thought. If what Guy said was true, even she wasn't safe. Is this a farce? A bunch of lies to make us believe you're not a threat? I'm sorry, I cannot provide more details to convince you. You'll just have to take my word for it. In that case, where is Zero? His body is in one of the other units. However, he is in much worse condition. Oh? Gaia pointed at one of the other units, on the opposite side of the hexagonal centerpiece. Lyle and I walked over to the unit that was lit. The screen displayed critical in red. Huh? That's him? It was as she said, the visage of Zero was in the unit, but his hair and clothing were different, just like in the student profile for Akihiko. Yeah, Akihiko Quartz was apparently one of the... In that profile we looked at earlier, one of the other participants in the game. It's him. Akihiko Quartz, otherwise known as the Ultimate Radio Host. Zero, the Despair program, infected version of Akihiko, has control over malicious threats. I see a control over general facilities such as the infirmary, in an attempt to make contact with the participants. That note, it was Pandora's room gift. The note. Ah, yes, indeed. How ironic then for me to be doing these two at the same time then. I composed the note for Pandora and whoever could recognize the other emblem. Whoever could recognize Zero's, or rather, Akihiko Quartz's emblem. But I haven't had any luck. I'm not sure Pandora figured it out either. Huh? Gaia doesn't know who the other insider is. Sei's profile was attached with this Akihiko's, after all. So is she not the mole? Wait a minute. I heard Cannon's hushed muttering. Well, what are we waiting for? Huh? Why don't we just release him from the unit and be done with the game? That is unadvised. That is just Akihiko's body. The one operating the game is Zero, a fork consciousness of Akihiko that has been merged with the Despair program. I don't know how Akihiko's real consciousness is faring. I worry he's too far gone. If we release him, it's possible Zero could malfunction, but it could also kill the host consciousness. So what? A small price to pay for the hell he's put us through. No, please, it's not him. It's the fault of the Despair program, the Preservation Project, the ultimate prize. Gaia's eyes were dark. All of this, a charade, conducted with appalling precision for the purpose of the ultimate prize. A complete and utter hoax. It's a hoax? I recalled what I heard earlier before I found myself back at the group's split decision. The ultimate prize is freedom, right? The ultimate prize? You don't want it. What is the ultimate prize? Not a second after my hushed question did a booming clunk sound through the halls. The lights went out. No! Darkness, Lyle's gift, direct from his fears to you. Only murder will lift the darkness. The ominously short announcement cut out, and we were left to wallow in the void. The room was blanketed in black velvet. I couldn't even see my own hand in front of my face. What? How could anyone meant to see anything in the darkness, let alone do something as calculated as murder? Calm yourselves. He wouldn't cut all the power if his former body is still in the containment unit. Are you sure? Wait, that aside, Lyle, Cannon, are you okay? It sounded as if he was having a fit. His voice was tight. Oh no. Oh. Lyle, are you okay? It's dark. I can't. Hang in there. A flash briefly bled through the darkness. My eyes adjusted to the brightness, and I could see the silhouette of Gaia standing some feet away from me, holding the light. This should help. A flashlight and an emergency kit below my capsule. Yes, thank you. I took the flashlight and directed the beam toward the wall, allowing the light to bounce and disperse itself for a little more illumination. Come on, deep breaths. His breaths were broken, but he was making an effort to control his breathing. I tried to comfort him, rubbing his trembling back as he tried to steady himself. As Gaia and I gave Lyle time to recoup, I noticed something strange. Wait, where's Cannon? Cannon? I called out to her, but got no response. Did she get lost? Damn it. She has to be up to no good. As much as I couldn't help but jump to the same conclusion, there had to be another reason for her disappearance. Don't say that. As much as we hate to see the truth in the first trial, Cannon still helped us. And she even gave me the group photo she took after Ash's trial. She probably went to look for the other three. How could she possibly see in the pitch darkness? Why can't she just sit still and do nothing like she always does? I can't say. I hope she doesn't do anything outrageous. Sure, but there's no telling what could happen to her, though. Oh no, and there's the... A body has been discovered on the trial grounds! Oh, fuck. Just as Zero said, the lights return after the announcement of a body discovery. You'll be granted a period of investigation, and then we'll begin our class trial. Oh no. What? No way. I didn't want to believe, but the game carried on to take another victim. I gulped. Gaia, do you know who was killed? Gaia shifted nervously. I can't see anymore. After being removed from the containment unit, I can only do as much as you participants can. That is, until I can gain control from the systems here. Ah. Some made the Sigma program, before in truth, the Sigma virus simply seeps into its consciousness. Gaia quickly made herself busy at the workstation, familiarizing herself with the programs once more. This can't be happening. So we have to go up there. I don't know what we'll find, but... another death. What else could occur in this damn place? I didn't care for the indignation of the tone, but Lyle was right. I just wanted to know that whoever remained was still safe. Let's go. We should try and rendezvous with whoever's left. What about her? Can we trust that she doesn't try anything funny? Gaia was deep in thought, her attention fixed to the workstation near Zero's. Go ahead. I've been investigating this group for some time. There's still much to learn from here. I'll do what I can to shore up information. Don't worry about me. I'll be on my own. But I know better than to let my guard down. Gaia was focused on the workstation, data filling the monitors with lines and lines of who knows what. Didn't seem like we would be moving soon, so Lyle and I left her to work. Okay. Be careful. Thank you. Lyle and I darted out of the testing chambers, making haste for the elevator. Come on! What is it? The elevator isn't working! We can't wait for the elevator. Let's head up the stairs. Hurry! She better not be conniving with Zero after all. Lyle growled to himself, but didn't reply. It's impossible for me to say whether or not Gaia was truly on our side or not, but after freeing her from captivity, I had a feeling she wasn't hostile. I sighed. Regardless, there were more immediately pressing matters to attend to. Making about face, we rushed through the hall and back up the stairs. Returning to the foyer, we were met with a troubling sight. Oh, Missy? And now... Missy! As we closed in on her, the first thing I noticed was a large slash cut into her chest. Her drooping body was held upright against the elevator door jamb between the elevator cab and foyer, preventing the doors from shutting. Shit! We rushed to her side, all while maintaining a cautious distance from her unmoving body. I reached for her glasses and noticed her bracelet. Lyle, before we jump to any conclusions... I was concerned, of course, but I drew Lyle's attention to her wrist. The small bracelet was still rose gold. Oh, is she still alive then? She's not the victim, but what happened to her? And why did the body discovery announcement go off? She's alive, right? Get her up and let's find out. Lyle kneeled down, trying to wake her from whatever daze she was in as I returned her glasses. Her eyes fluttered and she groaned, reaching toward the deep cut in her chest. Oh, did someone... Missy! Oh, damn. What... Yeah, who attacked her then? Echo, Lyle, come with me. Her eyes snapped open. She leapt into the elevator, clicking the button for the trial grounds. We gave chase and rumbled to the requested floor. Upon arrival, we were met with another gruesome encounter. Oh no. Oh. Forte, and he's been stabbed with that dagger. And Say is there. Oh no. Forte's body was covered in blood, and Say, stained with the liquid as well, was sitting on the floor in an emotionless daze, staring at him. What the fuck happened here? Missy was attacked. Forte is Forte dead then? And Say is seems like the at least the obvious culprit. Shit. She said nothing as the three of us surrounded Forte's body. His bracelet was tinged with a sickening bright pink color that indicated his death status, as if the pools of blood didn't indicate it clearly enough. Oh, damn. What the hell happened when we split up? Astonishment painted Missy's face as she took in the scenery. We whipped around to glare at the most damning person, the one drenched in blood. What? Say's detached expression told us nothing, or perhaps everything. She's gonna be the most obvious person, but that probably means that it's not her, is it? I'm sorry, I have no idea what happened. What? You better not be lying. I mean, obviously, she was attacked too. So, she doesn't know who attacked her either? Not. Uh, Missy flinched and tenderly tried to cover her wound. Investigate as you wish. I won't stop you. I need to clean this up. Missy tottered through the elevator and into the infirmary on the other side, leaving us with the victim and Say. So, care to share anything, Say? Yeah. Nothing? I didn't think so. This is a mess. No kidding. Is it really up to us to investigate? We were just about the furthest away from the crime. How could we begin to infer what occurred 4 floors above? It's only up to us. Does it look like either Satan or Missy are gonna fess up? They're covered in blood. Yeah, you're right. At the very least, we're together with Gaia, so that solidifies our alibi somewhat. Having said that, Cannon was still nowhere to be found. Could it be? Could it be? Yeah, where did she go? Then let's get to it. Oh boy. Okay, give me it. BRB. Okay, here we go. I guess. From our... Okay, Forte has been killed. Now. Say... It's... I don't think Say did it. She's... It's... That would be too easy, I think. Say was motionless and expressionless. She didn't look at anything except the body that lay before her. I didn't even know where to begin with questioning her. I didn't want to suspect her, but it was difficult to think otherwise. She didn't appear to make any attempt in hiding her involvement either. I stammered for a minute before giving up entirely. What's the big idea, Say? Say nothing just makes you more suspicious, you know. Certainly doesn't make her any less suspicious either. Sure, but blood makes a compelling case in favor of suspicion of murder. Yeah, she does have... Her hands are covered in blood, aren't they? Thanks for nothing. Okay, he has that... Again, that dagger that Missy had also received. Forte's body was lying face up with a familiar dagger stuck in his abdomen. That's Darling's dagger. If the scenario were anything like the scenario when I went with Missy to investigate, I could only assume the dagger came from her possession. Once again, that's gonna paint her as the prime suspect, isn't it? Why did Missy herself suffer a huge slash? Yeah, who... Yeah, there's that also, though. Somebody attacked her as well. What's this? Behind Forte's head was a sizable pool of blood. Behind his head. So, it's possible he fell backward and the back of his head split from the impact. Or was he hit in the head with something? The thought was upsetting. Looked like he was stabbed multiple times before the culprit plunged the dagger firmly in one spot. Oh! Huh. He was stabbed multiple times. Surrounding the dagger stuck in his body, Forte had several tears in his shirt, exposing the lacerations in his abdomen underneath. The lacerations were noticeably clustered around the abdominal area. Might be the weapon as a prop. Or at least maybe placed as a false impression of what actually killed him. That could always be. Any thoughts? Just the one. That Sei is the culprit. Seems plainly clear enough, but does that seem like something she would do? Who knows? It's likely while the other group was investigating, something occurred that provoked her. Oh? I figured you might know a little more about her since you two have been talking lately. It's nothing like that. She doesn't talk much. I usually just think out loud to her. As for how she might behave, I can't put a pin on her. So, excluding the obvious potential culprit, I'm up a creek. Only understandable that both of us are stumped. Blunt force, perhaps. Yeah, possibly. If the killer stabbed him in order to, again, provide the false impression of what actually killed him. We'll have to see. We'll see what changes when Cannon shows up. Dead or alive, that is. Yeah, where is she? Seems gruesome. Despite that, there didn't seem to be much of note. Did you find anything? To say I even have half an idea of what happened would be a stretch. There's little to draw conclusions from. Well, except for Lyle and I looked at Sei. Forte's body, Sei's bloodied state, an essentially locked room. It couldn't be more straightforward. But of course, again, this is Danganronpa, where nothing is what as it seems. I can't believe this. Is there even a victim report? Maybe if we return to the foyer, we'll find one printed from the kiosk. I'd like to see the victim report as well. I'm displeased to say I'm unaware of what happened here. Oh, okay, so you're completely unaware, even though, again, Missy was attacked by somebody as well. But apparently she doesn't know who attacked her.
from the look of things. Missy returned to the trial grounds from the infirmary, a gauze dressing covering the inflicted wound. As Missy scanned the bloody scene once more, her downcast gaze paused to meet Say's. Say, why don't we get you cleaned up? You're being awfully casual with the culprit. Missy didn't respond. She offered her hand to Say, who stiffly reached up to receive it. The two of them left the crime scene without a word. Will Missy talk as to whoever... Are we supposed to stop them? Well, it's not like they get very far. I don't even know where to start on how strange this all is. Let's get down to the foyer and find the victim report. There's no use standing around a dead body. Zero probably has to clean this place up for the trial anyway. I nodded. Lyle started toward the elevator as I glanced toward Forte's body one last time. We took the elevator down to the foyer once more. Arriving at the foyer, Lyle went straight for the main kiosk. I stepped up to follow, but stopped at a familiar sight. Oh, that bloody picture of... A familiar photograph of Darling was on the floor. It had a small puncture at the top of it. I've seen this before. It was the same photograph Missy received for her special gift, but this time I wasn't with her when she received it. However, I noticed the wall near the elevator had a similarly small puncture that matched the photograph. Could it be? The two punctures in the wall and the photograph could be indicative of when Missy pinned the photo on the wall with Darling's dagger like last time. But if the photo's on the floor, a puncture's in the wall, and the dagger's in a different place, someone must have taken the dagger out of the wall. What'd it mean, if it meant anything at all? Hey, Echo, the victim report is over here. Oh, sorry, coming. I hustled over to Lyle as he waved the postcard-sized black sheet. Oh. The victim's body was discovered on the trial grounds. The estimated time of death is 1:45 p.m. What is it? That's it? Oh, yeah, of course. Of course the Monokuma profile is gonna leave out vital Okay, now it's extremely vague. It just tells us... It tells us the time of death, and that's it. Is that it? You're telling me this is completely useless? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't even say the cause of death.
that means... Again, that tells me the knife wound. The dagger was planted to confuse us about the cause of death. Exactly, the blunt force trauma that we saw from the body. Yeah, that we're gonna have to take into consideration as well. Yeah, it's all dodgy. I wonder if Guy had something to do with manipulating the report. You think she had something to do with it? Well, I'm not ruling out the possibility. Guy allegedly lost her overseer visibility. It might be possible she had the capability of manipulating the report from the workstation. What does Guy have control over the game? That remains to be seen. I grumbled at the thought of another suspicious act. That reminds me, Cannon is still absent. Oh yeah, is she still MIA? I hope she's okay. She must be. If she were dead, another victim report would have turned up. That's not very comforting. After a brief discussion about the victim report, Missy and Sei emerged from the living quarters, meeting us in the foyer. Sei's expression remained as somber as ever. Missy's eyes were shifting with unease. How's Missy holding up? The two of them might have cleaned up the mess of the scene before, but whatever was going through their minds continued to darken their faces. The trial might start any minute now. Let's use our time wisely to get information out of these two. Sei? Are you okay? Did you get hurt or anything? No, I'm fine. You're fine? That's good to hear. Why do you care? Well, you're safe. That's always good news. What's wrong? So she came out of that mess completely unscathed. Unlike Missy, who received a nasty scar. Unlike Cannon, who is completely missing. Yeah, where is she? What was going on? Do you have anything to say about being at the crime scene? No. It should be crystal clear what happened there. You say that, but really, you're not going to elaborate? Sei closed her eyes and turned away, ending the conversation promptly. I couldn't bring myself to believe it. But what? There's nothing more to be said about this, is there? She's asking for this. There shouldn't even be a trial for something as clear as this. Is there? I don't want to jump to any hasty conclusions, okay? She sure does have a bomb plot planned out. Something you'd expect or be ready to uninstall out of what the fuckery. uh, I'm leaning towards option B. as for how this trial's gonna go. We had to be careful. The trial's our only chance to clear the confusion, even if it did look as clear as day. Missy, are you alright? I'll survive. Fortunately, the cut wasn't too deep. That's a relief. Yeah. What happened? To be honest, I haven't the foggiest. I can hardly even recall how I ended up where I did. Okay, so she doesn't even know who attacked her? I'll start from the top. Where'd your group go when we split up? Yeah. Nikon's what the fuckery from Danganronpa 2. Yeah, that was a hell of a thing, wasn't it? We visited Cyrus's room as a group to gather information. I used the dagger pommel to knock the doorknob off and unlatch the lock. Inside, we found the files about the Preservation Project, a class dossier detailing our backgrounds, and some floor plans for the area you visited. After exhausting the files of information, we visited the trial grounds, thinking we could confront the one administering the game. However, Zero is nowhere to be found. We hit a dead end. Figures. Whoa. Missy's story lined up with striking similarity to what she did when I explored the main floor with her and Forte. Yeah, exactly. If it was true, it's likely I knew exactly what information was detailed thanks to the strange occurrence I experienced. While we were idling in the trial grounds, the motives directed at Forte and Sei came into play. Forte had a bit of a sorrowful look about him when he heard the song, and Sei, she got nothing. We hit a dead end. We searched the most damning places we could in our area, and still yet, nothing cropped up. That said, I decided to employ what I learned about Sei from the files. She has some connection to Zero. Sei knows Zero? Oh yeah, the only ones who knew about Sei and Zero were the ones who stayed in the foyer and investigated Cyrus's confidential information. Yes, I pleaded for her to share what she knew, that she would admit for the sake of escaping our enclosure. But, rather than assisting, it appears she snuck the dagger from my possession and lashed out at me. Sei attacked you? I'm afraid so. I must have said something wrong to provoke her. At that point, all I can recall is toppling back from the sudden offense as Forte put himself between me and Sei. She made a threat to harm herself, directing the dagger at herself, after which Forte made a move to take the dagger, but seeing as she's unharmed, it was a false alarm. I probably hit my head or something because I must have blacked out until you two came. Missy trailed off. It was discomforting seeing her so unsure. As far as your admission goes, Sei was the last one wielding the dagger. The very same one that's planted in Forte's body right now. That's correct. There doesn't seem any conclusion here, is there? Essentially a locked room murder with only one possible culprit. it would be difficult to contest otherwise. I just wouldn't be able to sit with myself if I really did cause her to spiral this far. Her voice cracked with remorse. I wanted to reassure her that it wasn't her fault, but I didn't want to lie and let anyone down. The situation was getting more and more bleak by the minute. By the way, where is Cannon? I wish we could tell you. Looks like you didn't see her crawling around up here either. She disappeared while we were investigating beyond the foyer doors. Can't say where she ran off to, though. I see. Her absence during all this is quite disconcerting. Not to mention, I don't seem to have the revolver in my possession anymore. Oh. Oh, damn, she lost the gun, too? Missy reached into her inner coat pockets and came up short. You gotta be kidding! So the revolver was missing. That, along with Cannon's absence, was cause for concern. What did you two learn in the sequestered floor beneath us? Well, the rooms below the trophy room are testing chambers. We didn't explore the trophy room, but from the outside look of it, it's a display area for hunting game. However, we found the physical bodies of Zero and Eve, or Akihiro Koritz and Gaia Espera, in the testing chambers. So you learn their identities as well. Yeah, you don't seem surprised. The two student profiles were also in the class dossier. Why they were included when they weren't participants is beyond me. You'd think that kind of information would be better hidden. Other than that, we didn't find much else of note. I see. And none of you were near the crime scene as well. No, when the blackout occurred, we were immobilized, stuck in the testing chambers until the lights returned. There was a blackout? I had no idea. It must have hit when I was in my daze. Oh, are you okay? I can't help but think I caused the snowball effect with Sei, resulting in Forte's death. Planted in plain view. Maybe. Missy grumbled under her breath. She was visibly trying to wrap her head around what we learned. After learning the details of Missy's side of events, things were getting more and more tangled up. Echo, a word? Oh man, I don't even know. I have no freaking clue. After talking with Missy and Sei, Lyle and I shuffled off for a sidebar. I wonder what could have put everyone in such precarious situations. Never mind that. We have a very clear culprit here, don't you agree? If we point out who it is right away, the answers will come spilling out. I don't know if it's as simple as you think it is. Don't get all contemplative on me. Look, it's dangerous to make assumptions. I don't want to suffer needless consequences if we can help it. I get that, but don't discount a healthy suspicion. There's no use in blindly following someone's word and word alone. Especially when one's adrenaline starts messing with their perception of the situation. Facts can get muddled up. Agreed. We've experienced it personally. Lyle and I were on the same page. Although our approaches were different, the only thing we had going forward was our intuition. We have to put our heads together. We won't get anywhere if we don't work together. I hope I can count on you for help. Likewise, but I can't promise anything. Where on earth is Canon, though? Last I recall, she was acting a little worrisome since last night. And I don't think it helped her frustrations that you tried to take her camera. Lyle shot me a dark look for a second before casting his gaze under heavy eyelids. She's not the most trustworthy, okay? Running around doing who knows what? Though I shouldn't stir the pot, I suppose. I sighed. I couldn't disagree with Lyle's stance, but Cannon did make an attempt to cheer me up somewhat. I couldn't flat out accuse Lyle. I couldn't help but think her behavior was the result of me rejecting her photograph. It's that time, folks! Class trial time! The elevator will take you to the courtroom once everyone's entered. Not that there are much of you left. Indeed. The four of us stalked into the elevator once more, the doors sliding to a close as we anxiously stood by for whatever discoveries we would make in the courtroom. We stood in the elevator cab, unmoving. Jeez, what's going on this time? The door slid open once more. Oh, there's... Cannon crept into the elevator. The doors finally closed and the elevator began to move. She was alive, thankfully. Cannon! Where the hell have you been? We didn't hear a single breath from her. Why is she... Yeah, why is she being... Why is she staying silent? Her silence was deafening. She faced away from the rest of us, completely unreadable. Cannon was alive after all. But her behavior after last night and her absence during this whole mess, it was worrisome. Cannon, I whispered, but she didn't react at all. Cannon made a haunting re-entry. Given what we knew about the revolver gone missing, and Cannon's disappearance from the testing chambers, moments before the body announcement. Was I too late? Was this my fault? Bullshit meter going off the charts. I can definitely see that. She didn't turn. Cannon, I was cold to you last night. You don't have to apologize. I ought to be the one who is sorry. Cannon's voice was hushed. Huh? I'm sorry. But you don't have anything to be sorry for. I'm the one who tore your well-intentioned photo in half. Cannon? What did she mean, I ought to be the one who's sorry? Aw. sweetie? The atmosphere was disquieting. No one said a word. We stoically reserved all our inquiries for the upcoming trial. Oh, where's this gonna lead us, though? Oh, wait. Chapter 4? Are we jumping this? Another visit to the trial grounds. Every trace of the crime scene had been removed, as if nothing happened. However, I still saw the faint phantom image of blood painting the floor burn the back of my eyes. The five of us stepped wearily, footsteps echoing in the chamber as we habitually navigated to our respective stands in silence. Another trial. When we split up, our groups discovered a slew of information that attempted to explain our captivity. But in spite of making these discoveries, we thought would help us prevent further danger, another one of our group has fallen. Oh, Gaia! It's unfortunate I must greet you like this, but welcome back to the trial grounds. A fuzzy hologram of Gaia appeared before us. Oh, you're here too? Sure, whatever. Showing your face isn't really gonna change anything, you know? Gaia, do you know anything about what happened to Forte? I can't say that I do, but please consider my presence an asset to your discussion. Should you need any inquiries answered, I'll do my best. Jeez, this one's been nothing but useless. If anything, I would posit that Zero will, at very least, respect my testimony. What makes you think you can pull the wool over our eyes? What if you two are colluding? You give her too much credit. At this point, she's nothing but an obstacle. Eve, or rather, as you know her now, Gaia, knows zilch. I'm the only one who knows for certain whether you all will be voting correctly or incorrectly. After all, what kind of judge would I be if I didn't know? Freeing Gaia meant stripping her of her prize. Huh? But we're not here to talk about that. So, let's get this show on the road. Okay, here we go. Let's go over the rules, shall we? Let's try to figure out who the culprit is of today's heinous crime. The rules are as follows. Discuss, discover, and determine who the culprit is among your group. Majority vote will seal the individual's fate, and we'll see what happens from there, yeah? One of few outcomes will occur. Determine and vote incorrectly, and the entire class is executed, with the culprit alone able to walk free and win the ultimate prize. That's the ideal endgame for the culprit. Determine and vote correctly, and the culprit alone will receive proper retribution and perish at the hands of your group. Whew, you might live to see another day. Our victim today is Forte Solo, the ultimate opera singer. It's a real shame we never got to hear that bass baritone voice of his. C'est la vie! So, you know what to do. I'm sure you'll get this one done real quick. Zero chuckled to himself after his brisk opening statement. We all stared at each other from the circumference of our stands, our eyes locking onto the most suspicious. Say? Don't waste your breath on this. There's an obvious answer. Well then, please, refute us then. Explain yourself. Is that so? Let us be the judge of that. This case is going to be difficult, but we need to try. Though I desperately wish this wouldn't happen again, a culprit must be found. Again. Missy has no account of who attacked her as well. First things first, we can't ignore the fact that Say was right in the middle of the crime scene, drenched in blood, presumably from the victim himself. It's ineffable, the sheer amount of evidence proving that you're at fault for this. Make your own judgment. Again, she's not... She won't even refute us. Again, no defense at all? Fine. There's no way around the fact that no one else could have killed Forte, but I suppose I'll entertain you. Let's clarify everyone's alibi. When the six of us split up, the two groups were as follows. Missy, Forte, and Say went to investigate the floors we've seen. Cannon, Echo, and I went to investigate the foyer doors. Here is when Gaia's statement will prove useful. Yeah, me, Lyle, and Cannon were together with her for a majority of the afternoon, down in the testing chambers. That is correct. I have not left the testing chamber since my release. As for supporting Lyle and Echo's statement, I did not see anyone leaving the testing chambers. Nevertheless, I unfortunately took no notice of when Cannon supposedly left. Yeah, Cannon, you managed to slip unnoticed when Lyle and I spoke to Gaia. Where did you go? I had to step out. Step out? And where to? Back to the main wing so you could sneak around and plot something on your own? Cannon was in the main wing. If she were involved in Forte's murder, she never made herself known during our journey. The three of us didn't see a trace of her as we explored the rooms. Only the three of us went up in the elevator before Forte's demise. So only the three of you went up. Missy, is there anything else you can tell us about your group's exploration? Forte is no longer with us, and Say is obviously culprit number 1. And Say might be unreliable. Doesn't the blood speak for itself? Say, one moment. I hate to comment to a conclusion so hastily, so I would like to know what occurred leading to the events that caused my side of the investigation to unravel so grievously. The three of us moved as one unit in the main wing for the entirety of our investigation. Like I said, we all entered the trial grounds together. And, well, I can't speak more plainly about what occurred after, although I wish more than anything it were untrue. Why can't you? Why can't you speak more plainly? But that wish is nothing but dust. The slash that has been carved in proves this. Say turned the dagger on me. So say what? Say. Say was the one who attacked her. Clear as day, Sei Kono is the culprit behind Forte Solo's murder. Is it, though? It feels too easy, though. Hold it. If you asked me to act right now, I wouldn't lay a vote against Sei. We still need to know... We need to know more about what happened. I was the only one present when she made her assault. I should know what her motive to cause harm was, and I say it was not with murderous intent. Then what was it? Sei still harmed you, though. That action alone could be indicative of more. Case in point, the very poignant murder of Forte. Are you protecting her? What do you even have to gain from doing something like that? Hang on, if Missy has an explanation, we should hear her out. I'm still apprehensive about voting too quickly. Especially, we haven't yet established any rhyme or reason. Exactly. We know nothing about this. Indeed, my testimony is not driven a want to gain anything except truth. Would I not be endangering myself if I voted against Sei? I see where this is going. Knowing tiresome you all are, you want to dig for a reason. Yes. Dig for reason behind these things, despite seeing the conclusion could not be more telling. Fine, let's talk motivation. Cut to the chase, will ya? Be helpful. After all, Zero explicitly delivered motivations in different, targeted ways over the course of the afternoon. Motivations. What could have caused Sei to turn the dagger against Missy, and possibly against Forte as well? And did hearing the other motivations cause someone else to behave differently? Hopefully in turn, we might get an answer to Lyle's question of what Missy might have to gain if she potentially were protecting Sei. Let's see what everyone has to say about their specific motives. My motive? It was a photograph. We know that much. Care to expand on what the photograph is? No, I didn't look at it. He wants to suspect you. For all we know, you could have been playing something from the moment you received the photograph. Lyle, hang on. If Missy says she didn't see Cannon, it's not fair to call Cannon the culprit right away. Something strange about her not being around when the lights went out. Let's see what everyone has to say. My motive with cannons was delivered shortly after our two groups parted ways. Photograph the bloody portrait of a friend whom the dagger once belonged. Missy withdrew the sheathed dagger she clung to after the second trial. How the dagger ended up on the trial grounds of the murder weapon, I can only suspect that Jade discreetly retrieved it from the wall and concealed it on her person before attacking me in a state of panic. Correct. Say, that's right. That's true. Forte Solomon's ring was announced first, and Say's announcement of nothing followed shortly. Did she react to the message in any way? She didn't react in any particular manner, no. Nothing is only fitting for me. Is that so? It's possible Say being left out might have been an impression on her. Lyle, your motive? It was the blackout, result of my fear of the dark. Darkness? I wasn't aware that something like that occurred. Yeah, but if you don't have any remembrance of it, it might have lasted the duration of when you were knocked out. I see. What does my motive have to do with the case anyway? We already discussed that me, Echo, and Gaia were all together on the floor beneath the foyer, nowhere near the trial grounds. Well, we have to assume it affected the entire building. The group upstairs also lost their visibility. Say, do you have a blackout occurring? Yes. I can't believe I still have to ask, but care to elaborate at all? It's unimportant. Is that so? But during that moment before Gaia found the flashlight, it was too dark to even see my own hand in front of my face. How would it have been possible for anyone to do anything without visibility? Based on the murder scene, we have a glaringly obvious culprit. None of us can understand why Say would act in such a way. To make things more confusing, Say's the only one without a properly delivered motive. announcing them was the purpose of the motives. What, announcing the motives? Why would someone else's motive affect anyone but the person it's meant for? Well, I was thinking, I didn't receive a personalized motive either, but to hear that everyone got something that would try to provoke them to murder, wouldn't that be frightening? To hear who has motives and who has a reason to kill, you'd feel tormented that others could turn on you. That's all I can think of. Say received her motive last, before Lyle's blackout. In that case, we're back to square one. Say is the culprit. You explained a reason why she would be motivated to kill, despite not receiving a personalized motive herself. She heard all the motives previous to hers and must have been shaken by the potential of everyone turning on her. Well, it's possible, but... No buts! If you need proof, let's move on. With the advent of Missy's claim of Say's attack in mind, next topic is obvious. The state of Forte's body. Yeah, the victim report was extremely non-specific, more than previous. Vague on purpose, most likely. Innumerable amount of stab wounds in his abdomen, likely from the dagger before it was finally stuck in his body. Cannon quickly fell silent. Oh? Something you want to share? That's right. Cannon, you didn't even see the body, did you? No, I didn't see the body. Then, is something wrong? Nothing's wrong. Oh? No, I think she knows something. Then why are you so shocked that Forte was stabbed? You clearly know something. Lyle eased back. Please, Cannon, if you notice something odd, we need your help. Something odd. Something odd. My help? It's... I... What? I shot Forte! What? You did what? Cannon? That's what you were up to. You better explain yourself. Not only was the revolver out of Misty's hands when we met up with her, you have no alibi whatsoever. I would hope Cannon isn't as contemptuous the person you think she is, to deny information as critical as this when cornered. But I must know as well, when did you come to the foyer, and to what end did the revolver's last bullet entreat to have finally been spent? Okay, yes, because... Okay, give me a few seconds, because, again, that revolver had 5 bullets. Four of them were spent during the last trial. So It still had one bullet left. It still had one bullet left when this incident occurred. Give me a few seconds. Alright, continuing. I must know as well, when did you come to the foyer, and to what end did the revolver's last bullet entreat to have finally been spent? Again, as I noted, that revolver had one bullet left. Can't freely admit she caused harm to Forte. To know why she meant to do such a thing caused anticipation to rise in my chest. I'd been suspicious of Sei for a while. I had either a strange intuition or just another strain of bad luck led me on. What made me act was finally seeing that mystery announcer in the testing chambers. Echo and Lyle discovered Gaia, the voice behind Eve, so naturally the other encapsulated person must be Sei's connection. What made you suspect Zero and Sei had a connection to begin with? I noticed her reaction at the first Killing Game announcement. She was transfixed on that voice, as if she heard it before. It's a small detail, but I couldn't shake it. From day one, I've only ever been suspicious of her. By laying low, she was playing the long game, but that plan had to backfire eventually, right? So I slipped out while Gaia, Echo, and Lyle were talking. I had to investigate my apprehensions about her. Returning to the foyer, I moved wearily. But I didn't find any trace of them on the first floor. The only thing I found was a photo on the floor and a puncture mark in the wall near the elevator. I just missed them. A puncture mark. Like... Puncture mark. I noticed the elevator was at the trial grounds. I called for the elevator to follow after. Upon arrival, the doors opened and Missy was suddenly flung into the elevator cab with me. Flung into it? She just dropped in, bloodied. Her head hung low. I thought she might have been dead. I looked in to see who her assailant was and saw Sei and Forte in the middle of a struggle. Even though Forte had a dagger in his hand, Sei was the one with blood on her hands. He must have pulled the weapon away from her just after her attack. Oh, what is going... My suspicions about Sei were confirmed. She was under our noses the whole time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Missy's revolver had fallen out of her coat pocket. I grabbed it and didn't think twice. I fired towards Sei. Well, I thought I did. Yeah, this is getting... I have no idea. The lights went out seconds after. I couldn't see where my shot landed. I couldn't run in and check either, since the elevator shut in my face and mechanically returned me and Missy to the foyer. I ran. A shot was fired. Missy was unconscious and a blackout overtook everything. Does that statement help? Not really. That's just making things even more confusing. There we have it, a confession. Wait, what? Wait, for what? Is there any reason for us not to accept this as the truth? Well, no, but Cannon said she fired the revolver, a gun wound, where? And that doesn't explain the lacerations. Yeah, nobody... Yeah, who hit... Again, yeah, exactly. We can't ignore the one thing the Monokuma file detailed for us. There has to be some relevance. It's within reason for me to doubt that fact, aren't I? Oh. I can explain them. What? How? Because I stabbed him in the abdomen after he was shot. Huh? What? Why? There's no use hiding it since he confessed. Therefore, truthfully, I couldn't believe it at first, but seeing how desperate as she was, I ultimately wanted to help Cannon escape. Huh? After I witnessed Cannon shoot Forte from the elevator, he fell quickly, and I saw his bracelet turn pink. I realized that because she wasn't with Lyle or Echo, Cannon would be the most likely implicated as the culprit, so I did what I had to do. I stabbed Forte's body several times near the gunshot wound to conceal it, making it look like he died of blood loss from lacerations rather than the shot. What the Are you being serious now? And since I was the only one on the trial grounds, the blame would be redirected to me. After all, Cannon wants to leave just as much as any of us. Why not give her the advantage? Why are you protecting her then? No way. So Cannon became the culprit even without seeing the victim fall? Is that it? I can't argue with that. I didn't even see whether or not he died. You're just gonna accept it? All I know is that I fired a shot and someone ended up dead. What else is there to say? Unfortunately, as far as we know, the surrounding conditions of Forte's death are indisputable. Say is the only eyewitness. But is that really all there is to it? Given that I ultimately wound up in the foyer, it stands to reason that Cannon indeed visited the trial grounds, causing the elevator cab to go up and bring me back down after the assault. And you witnessed that I did not find the revolver on my person after I awoke. I can't argue with that, but... Listen to you, it's all been laid out on the table. I'm not hiding anything this time. You want to keep going with this discussion because the truth is hard to swallow? Is that it? I have news for you. These trials are full of impossible to accept facts. I'm sorry for continuing with this vicious cycle, so won't you just allow me to leave with whatever is left with my dignity? Just let me receive punishment already. Oh. Canon? No, that's not it at all. I just... If there's something bothering you, just spit it out already. I can't help but think there is something missing. Just racking my head for an answer. For something. The story just feels off to me. I don't know why. Everything's out in the open. What else is there to deliberate? Nothing. Don't be a coward and just vote me off already. Cannon? If there's no proof of another culprit, you're just endangering yourself with an incorrect vote. I'm sure there's something else we can talk about that can save you. Cannon, don't you care that you could be executed? Who am I to argue with these facts? They're impossible to dispute. It's my punishment, isn't it? It's only fair I get what I deserve. I can't fight it. What? What happened, then? Does she really think she's the killer? I don't know what to think. None of us had an inkling of what truly occurred on the trial grounds. Cannon admitted she shot Forte. Say claims the shot was what killed him. Say masked the gun wound by stabbing Forte several times, allowing Cannon a clean getaway. But since Cannon inexplicably confessed, there is no reason for Say to keep secret the fact that she disturbed the crime scene, making it appear the way it did. All I could do was take their word as truth, right? Cannon and Say's testimonies were the only things I had to work with, yet I couldn't help but feel like there was much more to this. I was struggling to find the truth in this trial, but would it lead me to a dead end? A dead end. Missy said something like that when I went with her and Forte the first time. We went to a dead end of sorts. Investigating the courtroom, we couldn't find Zero or any other hints. And then we were all killed, one by one, shortly thereafter. Something inexplicable occurred. As my consciousness faded, I returned to the time before we split into two groups. This time, when I went with Lyle's group, I had information I never could have known if I didn't go with Missy's group first. I knew the testing chamber's code somehow, and Pandora's incubated sister was Gaia, ultimate cartographer. Was it possible? I needed to pursue this dead end? I had an absurd idea. The discussion is over. There's nothing wrong. Cannon is the culprit. I looked over at my classmates, who had the same painted, startled expression at the finality of my decision. All of them were shocked except Say. That's right. Nothing is wrong. Zero silently obliged, calling forward the vote screens to the other students. Everyone was dumbfounded, but with no other option laid before them, only one vote was to be made. Oh. Cannon? Is that really her? Is she the killer? Or is this... Are we baiting the... Are we baiting the real killer? Auf Wiedersehen, Cannon! Thanks for all your hard work. The room shook as the walls behind Cannon opened to reveal its dark depths. Cannon herself simply turned from her place at the stands and walked into the shadow. This is it. I fled from the stand, my feet pounding as they carried me toward the hallway beyond the walls. What on earth are you doing? Huh? I paid no attention to Gaia's call. I was pursuing that dead end. I slipped in, Gaia's startled exclamation along with the others' shocked cries echoing through the halls just before the walls shut. My head was thrashing from fear. Each breath I took was heavier than the last. I threw myself into an exception. Cannon! I cautiously stepped forward. A veil of darkness caused me to lose all my bearings. Echo, what the hell are you doing here? I blindly chased after Cannon's voice, each step taking enormous effect as I fought against all my instincts of self-preservation. This isn't right! What do you mean? You all voted for this! This is my punishment, isn't it? I was closing in on her. That's right, this is your punishment. This is everyone's punishment. Wait, what? Whirring machinery clicked into place as bursts of light flooded the room. The powerful lights bled through my closed eyelids, burning the back of my head. With each flash, the sound of an object darting through the air hit the floor before us, each shot approaching our very location. Cannon's cry pealed out amidst the sound of gunfire. Holy shit! What the...
Oh my... All we could see was the firing flashes, was the silhouette of her body convulse violently, each hit pulling her body apart. A sharp object narrowly darted past me, tearing through my coat, breaking skin. Blood began to ooze from the cut. I heard Cannon collapse before me. I started toward the sound and tried to find her, guiding my hand through darkness in vain. Pinpricks met my hand. Needles? I fell around the ground and picked one up. It was a small, near invisible thing on its own, but when shot at high speeds, the needles became lethal. Another series of flashes fired up, blinding me. Between flashes, I saw the mangled body that used to be Cannon, now a disfigured, bloody mess. The metallic taste of blood filled my mouth, and I began to choke. A sharp pain melted its way through my throat. What the? I buckled immediately. Pangs of anguish overwhelmed my senses. If I was wrong about this, if I was terribly, absurdly, ridiculously wrong, I just put my life in danger for nothing. But following this dead end, there had to be something strange. I lost my grip on the situation. I only felt pain. The terrible sensation sank into my blood. An inflaming ache rushed through every inch of my body. What the hell? If there's something bothering you, just spit it out already. Uh, uh, I grasped my throat. My skin was undamaged, only the startling phantom pain of a needle that pierced my throat remained. I wiped the sweat from my brow at the gaze of concerned faces staring back from my exclamation. Oh, damn. Are we back here? Because it did feel like that just felt Cannon alive once more. Rivaled my panic gaze with her own stoic expression just a few feet away from me. She was still waiting for a vote. Okay, so she's not dead. Okay, so that was all just a dream sequence of ours? Damn. Are you okay? Swallowing hard. I finally realized the purpose of these harrowing, strange occurrences. They gave me a glimpse of everything that could go wrong. Somehow, I managed to escape death twice. Why was I able to experience an alternate history like that? I couldn't begin to fathom an explanation. I was trembling. My heart was hammering in my chest.
But if this were anything like the moment before entering the testing chambers... I stayed my breathing. There had to be something useful in that moment of time, between coming to a consensus and the culprit and being executed. If I gather what I learned from the two occurrences, ending in death, perhaps I can put together a picture of what could have occurred. As far as the group were aware, the only clues I had to work with found were on the crime scene, and there weren't many to begin with. Forte's body had multiple lacerations clustered in one area, due to Say hiding the gunshot wound inflicted by Cannon. He also had a small pool of blood near the back of his head. However, the other source of blood near the back of his head was what bothered me. Nothing clearly visible caused the injury. I didn't know how to explain the life-saving phenomenon I experienced, but I had to take the opportunity to find the truth. Look, I don't think we have the full picture. I can't vote for Cannon. So, you're implicating Say as well? Not exactly, but her presence is important. If you think something's missing, just shout it out. We won't know what's going on in that head of yours if you keep stopping the trial for no reason. That's the problem. I don't know where to start. Sway the group with the absurd notion that Cannon will be wrongfully executed. I don't have the means to explain how I knew such a thing. There's something bothering me. To entertain me with this, I'd like to further address the lacerations. Cannon admitted she shot Forte. She didn't know whether or not it was the shot that killed him for certain. I saw her shoot him. The shot itself didn't kill him right away. As far as I could tell, the stab wounds and the subsequent hidden gun weren't near his vitals. They weren't around his lower abdomen. Remember, the condition of killing the darkness was to kill. Cannon, when did the lights go out? They went out seconds after I fired, and just before the elevator doors closed on me. The elevator was still working though. I couldn't see a thing but the cab move, bringing me back to the foyer without a hitch. After I arrived on the foyer level, I waited out the darkness in the elevator cab before running off to the atrium. She waited out the darkness, and the darkness fell seconds after she fired. Lyle, we were just as immobilized in the testing chambers as Cannon was in the elevator cab, and had to wait out the darkness as well, so... That means Forte wasn't killed instantly. Say must have taken advantage of his injured state, taken the dagger from him with little resistance, and then retaliated. He must have fallen weak from Cannon's chance shot, and when the lights went out, Say stabbed him, finished him off to lift the darkness. In that case, What you said about covering for canon was a lie. So you really stabbed Forte to death? Missy knows it. Canon saw it too. I saw? I turned the dagger on Missy first. She has the scar to prove it. Forte would be next. What are you talking about? I only saw Forte with a dagger, facing off against you. Then when did Sei acquire the dagger? If Forte didn't push Missy away in time, she wouldn't have fallen instead. No, you can't mean that. And why not? I planned that attack after I saw you pin the dagger into the wall. I took it. If you were planning to attack, why didn't you do so sooner? You had a perfectly opportune time when we were in the elevator going to the trial grounds. You're asking why I didn't attack sooner? That's enough. We're not getting anywhere like this. This discussion, it's impossible to make heads or tails of it. We had a culprit pinned from the start. Sei. But we drew out the trial only for Can to take ownership of the hidden gun wound, and now we're only back to square one. Sei met the requirement for lifting the darkness and hid the gun wound, so we'd vote wrong. Neither me, Missy, or Echo were at the scene, so basing our conjecture on the testimony of the two most suspicious people is... It's impossible! Damn it. How can we find the truth based on their word and word alone? I understood Lyle's frustration, but... Yeah, oh damn. I don't know. If I'm gonna do all this tonight. Barring all discussion thus far, there's always been an obvious culprit staring right at our face, but something kept resisting the easy answer. I simply can't accept Sei as the culprit. I had to think. These strange occurrences ending in death. I learned something I normally wouldn't have. With no tangible proof of what I needed to express, I put faith in the facts learned from my memories of the events, hoping something would work out. I put my faith in believing no one here would kill. Not after what happened twice already. Why did I experience these strange occurrences? Two scenarios, my life is gravely threatened. Yet I stood here, with the memories of those events. After all, they had to happen for a reason, right? It was far-fetched, but I had to utilize what I learned, with hopes the facts learned would guide me in the right direction. I have to think about what I've come to know. The information I learned when we visited Cyrus's room was about the killing game. The game was an experiment to see who would survive and win, to overcome the other Ultimate students. In the game, participants were paired up with those close students to create friction between relations. The game was set up to sow chaos and disorder. Sei was listed among the former students. Akihiko, now known as Zero. After Missy, Forte, and I came to a dead end in our search, we discovered Cannon had been killed. Missy and Forte fell shortly after, then I, the last one standing, heard the voice of the assailant, Sei. She pleaded for escape, but in my near-death haze, I recall Zero himself telling Sei, "You don't want the prize." That even after eliminating everyone, killing wasn't the answer. I was whisked back in time somehow, back to the decision that would bring me to that point, alive. Those were the things I learned before falling to my demise. The impact speaks volumes than the action, huh? Finding new life mysteriously breathed into me, I wandered a different path, utilizing information that I learned from my previous experience. That information led us, here to contemplate another murder. Foolish to think the experience would be my last, as I would come to relive another death once again, when our discussion would become deadlocked. This time I risked emulating that strange dead-end occurrence to pursue the thing I believed was missing from Forte's murder. It's a brief experience, but the method Zero used to dispose of Cannon. Small, near invisible needles shot at high speed and little else before returning here. The truth felt close, but I felt an apprehension rising in my chest. Sei, tell me, what happened after Cannon shot Forte? What happened? I stabbed Forte! How many times do I have to tell you? You stabbed Forte, but did you kill him? Isn't it obvious? It's not. Cannon claims that before she shot you, Forte was the last one in possession of the dagger. The lights went out shortly after, and from that point, no one can really say who had the dagger. Though the dagger was plunged into Forte's abdomen, giving us the impression of it being the murder weapon, I can't help but think otherwise. Primarily because of the scenario we found ourselves in. This constant pressure put upon us, personalized motives spread throughout our exploration. That is, until Lyle's final personalized motive. With a heavy darkness to stoke our fear, we would be scrambling until someone acted maliciously from the previously set pressure. If the entire building was indeed plunged into such thick darkness, I can't help but think, how could any of us have killed Forte? Interesting phrasing. What do you want to? Recall when our group split, Zero mentioned something interesting. So you all decided to split up, huh? That's right. No sweat off my back, figuratively speaking, anyway. thanks to your fancy bracelets, I can still locate where you are. There's no escaping for you quite yet. It seems he's able to know our whereabouts within the building. In this case, he's able to locate us from our bracelets. Are you implying Zero has taken motives to actively, though discreetly, participate in the game with us? There's no going back. Yes. I believe Zero might have had a hand in killing Forte. That's nonsense. Have you lost your mind? Where are you getting this theory? I know you want to entertain us, but this is a little much, isn't it? Lyle, please, I know it's a lot to ask, but I want you to trust me. I'd like to hear where you're going with this funny idea as well, Echo. Zero idly gazed back at me, a complete poker face masking whatever scheme he was plotting. I had to use what I learned from Cannon's execution. The fact that Zero prepared a barrage of needles. The more he talks, the faster his options will diminish. Zero, I want the truth. The truth that you're the one behind this. The truth? Yeah, let's see if you can find it. Oh, damn. Oh, damn, this is still going on. I was... You're making a ridiculous accusation, you know. How could I have possibly killed a student? I can only operate from within the courtroom. Zero's goading me. His voice is unwavering, but there's a statement somewhere I can use. Where's the body turned up? Face it, there's nothing in the courtroom that shows I had anything to do with this. It's true, there's nothing in the courtroom. There are things beyond the courtroom walls. Namely, the tools for executions you clearly have some agency over. You conveniently admitted the cause of death because it would have implicated someone not from our group. Zero seemingly had no power in the courtroom, proven by the fact that fear will suffice not only as tools for executions, but for murder in and of itself. That's how it's gonna be, huh? So you're implying I took Forte beyond the walls, executed him, and dumped the body back out? Why wouldn't I just execute him and leave his body with the rest of the punished students? He didn't do anything to receive an execution anyway, so I'm not so heartless, you know? Echo, this discussion is going nowhere. What would Zero even have to gain from from participating. I have nothing to gain from intervening. And in my position, I certainly have nothing to lose. If the ultimate prize is so desirable that even an arbiter of the game would want to win it, why didn't Zero simply eliminate us from the start? Lyle brought up a good point. I haven't unearthed anything useful from Zero yet. And it's within reason that if Zero wanted the prize as well, he wouldn't have survived this long. So, there has to be a reason why. Hang on. Nothing to lose? The location and method was clear to me, but the motivation stumped me. I had to concentrate. If Zero truly had nothing to gain by executing us all, why did he only now carry out a plan to murder one of the game participants? If he had nothing to gain, there must be something he didn't want to lose. Something he wanted to keep. Something or someone. Zero and Sei, they have some sort of connection. That very connection could become the motive I'm looking for. Canon noticing Forte with the dagger last, just before the lights went out. Since Sei is unscathed and the room showed no signs of a gunshot in the wall, it's clear Forte must have taken the shot. If Forte had the dagger the entire time, he would have used it against Sei, and if Zero were observing his offense against her, he would have had reason to consider Forte a threat to Sei. That has to be it. It's impossible for me to assert with any certainty what exactly occurred in the courtroom. However, I can think of a reason why it happened. Yeah, right. It's not for the ultimate prize. Like Lyle said, if the ultimate prize were so desirable, why wouldn't Zero get rid of us all from the beginning? In that case, winning the ultimate prize has nothing to do with why Zero acted. Although he isn't strictly a participant, he's still involved. That involvement, there's something connecting us as the participants to him as an overseer. Lyle, you have something very important that will complete the picture. The note? It reads, "If you recognize one of the symbols depicted, then you finally found me and are safe. Please do not speak of the note's existence. Trust no one but yourself." Lyle discovered this note in the pantry after seeing Sei duck in there for a brief moment. Sei must have known something as early as the third day, no, even earlier since Zero's emblem was shown as the second day. It's like Canon said, when the Killing Game announcement came on, Sei must have been clued in on the person behind it. She's known all this time and played us for fools by ducking out of confrontation. Sei is the other insider. Her student profile didn't explicitly document any involvement in the game, but her files were paired along with Akino's, the one we clearly call Zero. On the second day, when Zero summoned us to the atrium to present a special gift. That note must have been it. Based on what we know, it's now clear that Sei must have some insight on what Zero is. However, instead of thinking Sei was a spy within our ranks, conniving with Zero to plot against us, Zero is the one trying to bridge the gap between participant and arbiter to intervene with Sei's safety. Huh? Wait. But even if that's the case, why would Sei go out of her way to direct the attention of implicating herself as the culprit? Isn't that the action in diametric opposition of what you're implying? No, I killed Forte. He deserved it after all. She would be forsaking her own safety by placing the blame on herself, the false culprit, causing us to vote incorrectly, and inevitably causing us all to die. Zero has nothing to do with it. What Sei did to Forte during this trial was her own volition, shattering the connection between her and Zero. Is that the... If he killed to keep her safe, she completely threw the sentiment out the window. I'm the only culprit! Vote for me! What? Well, Zero, what do you have to say about all this? You'll never know the answer if you don't vote. Is that really what happened? If Sei confessed, what's stopping you from accepting your judgment as truth? You want to believe your friend, don't you? What's stopping me? I want to believe she can never do something like that. That's it. Just like your completely out of this world conjecture about me interfering, you have no tangible basis to trust her either. Such irresponsible thinking could lead you to an execution, you know? Zero isn't going to be shaken so easily, but the fact that his arguments are lofty and just as intangible gave me some solace knowing I could turn this trial around. I could do so by focusing on the subject of his motivation. Say, I'm not going to vote for you. You're the only one who knows what happened for certain. So please, tell us why. Why are you trying so hard to make us vote incorrectly? You can't possibly want us all to get executed, do you? That's exactly what I want. Complete execution. What? Even though Cannon admitted to something she didn't do, I went with it for the sake of redirecting the vote. Regardless, if you voted for her or voted for me, it was going to be wrong and we'd all face execution. And we'd finally be freed from this horrible game. Say, you can't possibly believe leading us to our demise is the right answer. Why not? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Pandora's gone. Art is gone. Cyrus is gone. Ashley is gone. And now Forte is gone. Because of me. I can't stand any of this. The pain and suffering. It's endless. Zero killed Forte to protect me, but I don't care. I don't know who Zero is anymore. I came all this way to find the shell of someone I knew. When will this nightmare end? When can we escape? Even if we don't kill, someone dies and we're still stuck. Yeah, I think we're trapped. And I'm tired of believing in something that'll never happen. I have nothing to lose and nothing to gain. Why? Why keep going? What's the point of fighting? Everyone's slipping out of my fingers. I'll be left alone. Alone? Say, look around you. You're not alone. You say you have nothing left to lose, but what about the people standing before you? We're not enduring the pain, the guilt, the torment of surviving for nothing. Endurance? Survival? Please. Oh. It's pointless. So what? Our endurance is worthless! Say is spiraling. I need to convince her she's not alone. This fight is worth fighting. Wait, nothing is, nothing is actually happening. Survive a few hours. The execution won't solve the problem. There must be another way out. I'm certain of it. There must be, so please help me. No, I can't. The fear of what will come next is also awful. Okay, nothing seems to be... Forget. I want to stop this game too, but we shouldn't forget the turmoil our friends went through. Pandora, Art, Cyrus, Ashley, Forte. We can't simply abandon our memories of them in the past. I'm not going to stop the game by voting for you. I'm not going to abandon my memory of you either. I don't understand. The truth of hopelessness was staring right us in the face. There was no denying it. I felt a desire to combat the terror that hung over us, and above us all. After experiencing what Jade did to us, out of desperation, I felt a responsibility to vouch for her innocence, the only way I knew how. Say, you're not alone. You're here with us, as our friend. You're not alone in feeling scared and hopeless. Everyone's trying their best to keep their head above water. I don't know what'll happen after this, or even if we'll make it out, but we have to try. I did a horrible thing to Forte. Isn't this ending what I deserve? It's not your fault. How do you know that? I believe you. I don't want to see us go through anything like this again, so... You're the only one who knows for certain who the culprit is. This game will surely be over after we uncover the last truth. After all, you didn't kill Forte. How could I? Of course I didn't kill him. I was so scared. Echo was right about the motives. The fact, little by little, everyone was being pushed some way or another into distress. I felt the pressure mounting. Who was to know what sort of motive would be delivered? I took the dagger to protect myself. I couldn't possibly know what was going on in anyone's head after those motives, could I? I wasn't even relieved I couldn't get a motive, because I couldn't help but think about everyone else's, that everyone be given a reason to turn on one another. Then, when Forte said he would take matters into his own hands, I feared for my own life. I froze after I slashed at Missy, and he overtook the dagger. What Cannon saw was only half the story. He did appear to have the advantage over me, but it was just a performance. A performance for the only possible person in the audience. Huh? What the hell? The lights went out. Darkness, Lyle's gift, direct from his fears to you. Only murder will lift the darkness. With the... Forte and I were plunged into a never-ending darkness. Though I hadn't moved, I couldn't even tell where the floor was. But somehow, he found me. Don't move a muscle. It seemed he quickly took action to meet the darkness lifting condition. Finally, Forte had the dagger pointed at my throat. I could feel the chilling cold steel just inches away. Finally. That time had stopped. Forte was as still as stone with the dagger point poised for my end. He whispered something so low I thought I imagined it. A stage where every man must play a part, and mine a sad one. Then Forte just fell. When the lights returned, I saw his body lying face up. A small pool of blood was forming behind his head. And I looked up to see the trial grounds walls close steadily, and the Zero hologram with this awful, satisfied expression. Yes, yes. He made a gesture like he was holding an invisible camera. Zero clued me in on who he was going to mark as the culprit, even though Zero killed Forte himself. Zero planned to manipulate the outcome of the trial. I could see the trial play out in my head. Forte's gun wound would have been the decisive clue. The pool behind his head, probably thought to be the falling impact. I couldn't believe it. Forte was killed because of me, and Cannon was going to be framed because of me. I picked up the dagger Forte dropped. If the true culprit was never going to be found, I was going to make the trial easy and direct the blame toward me, so the wrong vote and executions following could happen right away. Then, we wouldn't have to suffer a long trial. This dreadful game could finally come to an end. After all, it's my fault Forte was pushed to do such a thing to himself. Killing is the only answer here, so he was forced into a corner, using me as bait to sacrifice himself to Zero. He went through those lengths for me. Why didn't he just kill me and be done with it? Is that it? I couldn't understand what had happened. So I thought if I could lead to the trial to an incorrect vote, the game could end without me having to do that terrible thing. And we'd be freed from this trap. But Zero saved me. He took you out of harm's path. At least, that's what he thought he was doing. Say, you know he was trying to manipulate the blame off you. So why do you still try to redirect the vote to yourself? Because I have nothing else to look forward to. I ended up here for one reason or another, and all the signs have pointed toward demise. Even after that, whoever Zero is, he isn't my friend anymore, and now I have nothing. He thrives on suffering, yes. Say, you must know by now, we're here for you. Missy's right. We've been trapped. That much is certain, but we're not isolated. We have each other, and together we can help each other build up hope for escape. You don't need to act alone. Akihiko, we both wanted to save someone. You don't truly think this was the answer, do you? Manipulating the trial like this, it's unruly. Akihiko isn't here anymore. Since giving himself up to the game, his consciousness has been long gone. Being so disillusioned by the way his and his fellow Ultimates are treated, he dropped everything and let himself be consumed with despair. It's poetic, isn't it? He gave himself up because this game was the only thing he could cling to. It gave him purpose. In fact, Guy is also holding on to the killing game. Can you really trust her? After all, she oversaw the game just as I am, before you released her, that is. All she did was watch and let Pandora die. You have no idea the sacrifice I went through. I see that the idea that you think I idled and watched her die. Haha, what have you done since to prevent it? You didn't try to stop her assailant like I did you? So, do you think Guy is on your side? Spouting empty sentiment and rolling over, doing nothing but watch the game carelessly take lives? I'll tell you what. Your friend Guy here did something very interesting. Don't you dare demonize what I did. Oh. Excuse me? I never killed anyone in my game. You, on the other hand, why, you disgust me. I invited you to open the foyer doors so one of these fools could deliver your punishment. They have no reason to trust you after all. There are rules, say for one, those who kill should not get away with it. Let me give it one more try. Gaia isn't your friend. Not a chance. She's played this game once before and will do anything to keep herself from losing going forward. And even from the winner's circle, she did what she could to gain the advantage. She's the one who trapped you in this ship. Ship? Even if someone won this game, there would be nowhere to go. You're completely sealed in. Left to die in isolation, confined in these walls, it's crazy, isn't it? In fact, trapping you all may be ploy for her to kill again. Why not? I'll prove once more. She's deserving of being called an ultimate. You don't understand. I did what I had to do. Oh, of course I don't understand. You're the one giving hope to these people. Yet all you've done is cause trouble. Unfortunately for you, I control what occurs in this vicious circle. And I'm using this power to keep safe. Keep me safe. You should have never brought me here in the first place! I know. I was tricked. This game is a farce. I won the killing game that preceded this one and received the ultimate prize. The ultimate survivor? Is that it? The prize of a lifetime of suffering! That's the prize? The prize. Within a grasp of incredibly talented individuals, should someone defeat their fellow Ultimate students and come out on top, their efforts and achievements would be highly prized, wouldn't they? To see who would come out on top. That was the experiment the Preservation Project was conducting. The project wanted to gather the very best of the best, for the sake of the future, as it were. The Despair program has ruined whatever semblance of Akihiko remained, creating the Zero persona. Zero is the false name you ran under in the previous game, after all. It's no surprise to me that it's being used again under the guise of a killing game operator. Despite that, Akihiko's will to protect Sei persists in the Zero memory. Forte must have taken the risk to see whether or not the entity connected to Sei would act. I hardly recognize him anymore. His voice is the same, but I don't know who that is anymore. Okay, so Sei knows him as well then. There's no trace left. That's right. He's a shell of his former self. The game and all its terrors now inhabit the ultimate radio host. Aki wanted to erase the wrongdoing he committed in this game and... Ready? Huh? 815. Wait. Stop! The hologram cracked in and out. The program was fighting itself right before our very eyes. Huh? Your efforts are wasted! You gave yourself up to despair, and yet you tried to deliver a signal of hope? You defied your own actions, the very self-preservation actions that saved you in the last game. What happened to selfishness? Okay. I'll bury you! The Arbiter we called Zero is fighting itself, its current form and a former form, trying to make sense of its own actions. What's happening? A conflict we can't control. I have a last-ditch effort prepared. If we can't just overcome the darkness. Light shudders. Watch Zero's fight unfold.
Zero entity fought its way to dominance, greeting us with its haunting grin. Well, well, well. I guess you caught me, huh? Fine, the jig is up. I won't resist since I've thoroughly caught in the act by some triumph of hope, or whatever nonsense you want to admit. After all, I wouldn't be doing your efforts justice to keep fighting back after you went through so much trouble. Must have been some rotten luck that got you out of this one, huh? Who are you, Echo? I don't know how you, a talentless nobody, managed to realize the trick I pulled off. By all accounts, you should have been executed by now. If all went according to my manipulation, Cannon should have been a pincushion, and the rest of you all dropped into an incinerator. Although, what's stopping me from letting that happen? I'll execute myself and bring you all with me. Don't you dare. This is the last show with your host Zero signing off today's cast with Eternal Dead Air. Huh? The lights bloomed violently, oversaturating the trial grounds with a blast of glaring heat. Damn it, no! A tremor tore through the room. The sound of metal creaking filled the halls, and the lights flickered dizzyingly as we all struggled to gain footing. Everyone, get down, cover your head and neck. We all dove to the floor, each quake jolting us to and fro with ease. Huh? The shaking came down to a low rumble. The ground eventually settled into stillness once more. The lights returned to a dim glow, and the five of us cautiously rose to our feet. The trial grounds were quiet. Where's that bastard Zero? Lyle leapt to his feet, darting around the trial grounds for signs of the Arbiter. Are you all right? A concerned, static-filled hologram of Gaia illuminated the room. We're fine, no thanks to you. I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate the superstructure would have yet buckled under pressure, but seeing as Zero overloaded the systems, the adverse effect of his self-inflicted execution may have sped up the process. What are you talking about? That doesn't explain where you were and why you weren't more helpful. Lyle, come on, we're fine, aren't we? I helped Cannon to her feet, as Missy did the same with Say. Are you okay, Cannon? A little shaky, but I'm in one piece. Thanks. Missy, Say? We're alright. That's a relief to hear. So that's it, right? Huh? Zero's gone. The game is over. We're done here, aren't we? So let's get the hell out of here. Hang on. Sure, he's gone, but there are so many more unanswered questions. First of all, he said we're on a ship. Even if we get out, we're still stuck, drifting on sea. If there was a wholly unknown testing chamber between us this entire time, it's within reason there's a helm hidden somewhere as well. Gaia, was it? He said you were responsible for such a thing. Is this true? I'll answer your questions in due time. For now, I'd like to ask that you all rest for a spell before coming down to the testing chambers. It's been a long few days for you as well. Let you jump ship through concealed exit passageway while a guard is down? No way. Lyle, I understand your desire to push forward, but a break would allow us to sort our thoughts. Please, I'm not going anywhere. I await your arrival. Guy's hologram clips out. The rest of us
shuffle idly. Lyle huffs and shrugs as he made his way to the elevator. Looks like that was the end. There was no vote, no execution, just the end. Although Zero's destruction provided some relief, I felt uneasy. There was still so much uncertainty that was lurking before us. I sighed. The rest of us followed Lyle into the elevator together as we returned to the foyer. Us remaining 5 students left the trial grounds in the shadows, for good. Oh, damn. So, okay, yeah, just... Endless and unfamiliar. Okay, I think with this is a good cutoff, then. Man, I really went on for a long time tonight, didn't I? Let's, I think with that, I am going to call it then. Have a good night, everyone, and, when I come back to this, I will see you all later.